Recording in progress.
We'll just give it 2 minutes, 3 minutes for the NYDA to join us. But I already see the presence of the new CEO, Mr. Kubeka. Welcome.
Sorry, Chair. They have joined, Chair. Thank you.
Okay. All of them.
I want to believe that, Chair.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay. Let me start off, honorable members, to welcome you again. Let me also welcome the leadership of the NYDA present this morning, our support team, our stakeholders, and all young people that are watching us on the social media platforms. We meet this morning to receive the annual performance plan of the National Youth Development Agency for 2025 and 2026 and their revised strategic plan. We had hoped to further engage our Honourable Minister this morning on issues relating to the NYDA, but we did receive an apology for both the Minister and the Deputy Minister. However, I would like to inform Ms. Mpondo and Mr. Khoza that members of the Portfolio Committee will still be posing questions to the Executive if they do feel that they want to pose questions, and that we will ask you to take those questions down and ensure that we get answers in writing by the end of business on Monday. Honourable members, as you know, the NYDA receives the bulk of our department's budget through transfer. It is therefore vitally important that we as members of Parliament make sure that these taxpayer monies are spent in a way that truly affects meaningful youth empowerment. Now, for example, we have as a committee long held that we want to see an NYDA that's more accessible to rural youth, young women and persons with disabilities, and we hope to see some of these elements come through in their APP and their strat plan. Let me also take this opportunity on behalf of the Portfolio Committee to extend a warm welcome to the new CEO, Mr. Ndumiso Kubeka, the new CEO of the NYDA. Mr. Kubeka, I'm told, is an award-winning economist and he has a proven leadership track record. And Mr. Kubeka, we hope as a Portfolio Committee that under your leadership we will see a more robust, accessible and strengthened NYDA, and one that has got more partnerships or extended partnerships both with government, civil society and other organizations. We look forward to an NYDA that will expand its funding, mentorship and skills development opportunities to our young people in our country. And with those few words, I would then like to hand over to the interim executive chairperson of the board, and the CEO to lead your delegation. Thank you very much. NYDA, are you there?
Chair, excuse me, I'm sorry, I'm not able to raise my hand. I've just had a conversation with the company secretary. She indicated that the chairperson will be joining us shortly. I think that suggests that the delegation is temporarily led by the new CEO. Thank you, Chair.
Mr. Kubeka?
Good morning, Chairperson, and good morning to honourable members of the Portfolio Committee. I do understand I have not assumed my duties as yet, but I do understand that it would be either the interim chairperson of the board or it would be the acting CEO who would then be leading the presentation for discussion this morning. I'm delighted to be joining as an observer as I assume my duties next week to join in the team. So I would understand that the NYDA colleagues are now in the call and would be able to take the honourable members through the discussion. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, CEO. Okay, so is the interim executive chairperson ready to lead her team with the acting CEO?
Honorable Chairperson, we have joined, I think other members are still joining. We were told to join at 9:55. But if I may, through you, Honorable Chairperson, introduce just the management that have joined. We do have Ms. Nontsikelelo Makaula, who is an Executive Director responsible for operations. There is Ms. Oguhle Sidumane, who's our Chief Financial Officer. There is Ms. Dimakatso Masiteng, who is our CIO. And then there's Mr. Bango, Walter Bango, who's the Senior Manager responsible for strategy, monitoring and evaluation. Through you, Honorable Chair, if I can just check if our Executive Chair, Ms. Asanda Luwaka, has joined.
Yes, please do so. Because it is past 9:55.
Thank you, Chair. Honorable Chairperson, we can proceed. We are ready with the presentation. Ms. Makaula, if you can project for us.
Okay.
Thank you very much, CEO. Good morning to the Chairperson of the Portfolio Committee and all the board members that are present. I think my rights to share have been disabled. Now I have the rights, thank you. If I can just put it on slide mode. Thank you very much, Chairperson of the Portfolio.
Chair, I'm struggling to raise my hand. If you can allow me.
Yes, Honorable Lonzi.
Just quick clarity, Chair. Who is making the presentation and what is happening with the Chair of the board? There was some confusion at the beginning there. So is it the Chair is not joining, the acting CEO is doing it, so that we know what we're dealing with, because we seem to brush through that.
It's supposed to be the interim executive chairperson and the acting CEO, because the new CEO indicated that he is only assuming his responsibilities on Monday, even though Cabinet has already appointed him or announced his appointment. But I do see the hand of Mr. Ndlela.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair, and apologies, Honorable members. We understand we've been in communication with the Chair. She is struggling to get in, but she has received the new link. She will join in momentarily. There are members of the board who are on the platform, myself and Ms. Pillay. So we are here. It's just that the chairperson will join momentarily. I just wanted to bring that clarity.
No, the chair has since joined. But thank you for that. And we understand that she had challenges with the link or a connection. Chairperson, Executive Chairperson of the interim board, would you like to make any opening remarks and then lead your team?
Thank you. Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson, and good morning to yourself, to the honorable members of the Portfolio Committee on Women, Youth and Persons with Disabilities, to the interim board of the agency, Allow me also, honorable members, to welcome, or through you, of course, Honorable Chairperson, our incoming CEO of the NYDA, Mr. Ndumiso Kubeka, who is in the platform as well. Our acting CEO of the agency, Ms. Mafiki Duma, and all the participants that have joined this meeting. Honorable Chairperson, on behalf of the Board of Directors, appreciation is extended for the opportunity to present our annual performance plan for the 2025-2026 financial year, as well as our strategic plan for 2025-2030. Now, although the board's official term did come to an end on the 30th of November last year, we remain steadfast in our commitment to the agency's mandate in being fully accountable to this portfolio committee, as well as Parliament at large and the people of South Africa, until, of course, a new board is announced by His Excellency President Cyril Ramaphosa. But before I outline the strategic priorities ahead, I think it's important, honorable members, to first reflect on the broader context in which the work of the agency is carried out. Now, honorable members, we are aware that Africa is the youngest continent in the world, home to over 453 million young people that are between the ages of 15 and 35 years, a number which is projected to exceed 1 billion by the year 2063. Now, this growing demographic holds immense potential, but of course, as we are aware, it also faces significant challenges. Now, critically, the much needed or the much discussed youth dividend risks becoming a burden if we do not equip young people with the future-focused skills and being able to anchor their development in the values of Ubuntu as well as those of Batupili. Now, in the context of South Africa, of course, we are aware that youth unemployment, inequality, as well as the exclusion of young people continue to shape our socioeconomic landscape. As we are aware, during the first quarter of 2025, the official unemployment rate between young people aged 15 to 24 years stood at 46%. And additionally, about 37% of young people within the same age group are not in employment, they are not in education or training, with young women slightly more affected than young men. Now, of the 4.8 million unemployed youth, we have nearly 59% have no prior work experience. And this reflects not only the barriers to entry to the labor market, but also the urgent need to equip young people with the relevant and future-ready skills. Now, all of this, honorable members, unfolds against the backdrop of National Treasury's 2025 economic growth forecast that was projected between 0.3% and 1.6%. In 2024, we are aware that the growth stood at just 0.6%, while the population grew at approximately 1.3%, which is a stark and sobering contrast. So, in light of this background, honorable members, it is clear that we need to increase and sustainable, we need to rather to have increased and sustainable economic growth. And unless we urgently bridge the gap between the education as well as industry, the promise of our youth will remain unrealized. So as part of our continued commitment to honoring the promise that we have made to the young people of South Africa, the agency will soon be welcoming its new chief executive, who will be tasked with steering the ship through the complex and often turbulent waters of youth development. So through you, Honorable Chairperson, allow me to extend our sincere appreciation, of course, to our acting CEO, Ms. Mafiki Duma, who, of course, is our Executive Director for Human Resource and Legal Services, for her steadfast leadership as the acting Chief Executive Officer. Her commitment, as well as her calm guidance, have ensured that continuity during this turbulent season did not affect the agency and the operations of the agency. Now, in just a few days, as Honorable Chairperson, you have stated, on the 1st of July, we will officially welcome Mr. Ndumiso Kubeka as the fourth CEO of the agency. He joins the agency at a time when young South Africans face formidable challenges, rising inequality, shrinking opportunities, and the highest unemployment rate in the world. Yet he also steps into an institution newly strengthened by the amended NYDA Act of 2024, which has refined our mandate, it has sharpened our focus, and aligned us with the evolving needs of our nation's youth. His arrival comes as we enter the final year of our integrated youth development strategy, with 5 years remaining on our NDP, our national development policy, rather national youth policy, pardon me, and guided by our North Star, of course, which is our NDP. Just by way of background and for the benefit of the honorable members, Mr. Ndumiso Kubeka brings over a decade of professional experience, including more than 7 years at board as well as executive level and over 3 years in senior management level. His career reflects a deep and consistent commitment to youth development, public service, and institutional excellence. Now, in the Gauteng provincial government, he oversaw multiple departments and managed a youth-focused budget that exceeded 2 billion rands, which demonstrated his command of the PFMA as well as national treasury regulations. He also brings a firm grasp over 30 million rands in funding through building strong investor and donor partnerships. He is an accomplished program strategist, having designed, implemented, and evaluated impactful youth initiatives, higher education programs, and development investments with measurable outcomes. His advisory experience spans key institutions in both the public as well as private sector, including the Gauteng provincial government, the South African Bureau of Standards, the Northwest University, Moody's Investor Services of South Africa, as well as the Da Vinci Business School. His expertise lies in corporate governance, in performance management, and aligning strategic policy with developmental goals. His leadership is rooted in ethical governance, decisive action, and a vision for the long-term transformation of economic and social systems that are able to unlock the full potential of South Africa's youth. Now, as he takes up the role as the chief executive of the NYDA, he does so with a clear vision, a steady hand, and an unwavering belief in the power of young people to shape a better future. His professional acumen is built on strong academic foundation. He holds a Master of Business Administration, as well as a postgraduate diploma in General Management from the Gordon Institute of Business Science, a Bachelor of Commerce in Economics and International Trade from the Northwest University, an honors degree in economics from the University of South Africa, and has completed an alternative investment program at the Harvard Business School. So beyond the boardroom, honorable members, Mr. Kubeka has contributed to public thought leadership through various publications and articles on economics, on finance, and artificial intelligence, to name a few. His work and leadership have been widely recognized, including being named the MBA Candidate of the Year for 2022 by his Gibbs cohort. He was acknowledged by President Cyril Ramaphosa during the 2020 Youth Day commemorations, and not a while ago, he was crowned the winner of the One Day Leader Season 2 on SABC1, which of course we know is Africa's most contested youth leadership and debate platform. So he now steps into the role of the CEO of the NYDA with a depth of experience, clarity of purpose, and a resolute belief in the power of young people to be able to drive meaningful change. So it is within this moment of urgency and opportunity that we bring forward with renewed clarity, purpose, and resolve. Now, this appointment signals a renewed commitment to accelerating youth empowerment through targeted programs in economic inclusion, skills development, as well as entrepreneurial and social cohesion. So just to briefly give an overview, honorable members, of our APP as well as our strat plan, our APP signals a bold as well as a focused shift by placing South Africa's entrepreneurship, job creation, and the expanded coordination of the National Youth Service Program at the heart of our agenda. We recognize that the true measure of success lies in tangible impact. The agency has been able to streamline our functions for greater efficiency, realigning responsibilities that are better suited to other government entities. Now, this renewed plan, honorable members, reflects a deep commitment to responding to the real priorities of young people through targeted action, evidence-based decision-making, and a relentless drive to ensuring lasting, measurable change across the country. Now, as the NYDA approaches the 20th anniversary, the strategic plan for 2025 to 2030 reaffirms a resolute focus on confronting the structural challenges of youth unemployment, poverty, as well as inequality. With young people making up the largest and most vulnerable segment of the population, the urgency of this task has never been greater. The extension, of course, of our presidential youth employment intervention, as well as the presidential employment stimulus, were timely developments which have already played a vital role in supporting youth livelihoods, as well as being able to open up pathways to the various opportunities. Now, in the last 5 years, over the next 5 years, the agency will implement targeted, high-impact programs that are centered around job creation, entrepreneurship, as well as the full rollout of our integrated youth development strategy and our revitalized National Youth Service. Anchored by strong monitoring, advocacy, as well as a multi-sectoral approach and partnerships, both domestic and internationally, the NYDA remains committed to building a future where indeed no young person gets left behind. Now, at the launch of the Youth Month this year, honorable members, we introduced phase 4 of our revitalized National Youth Service Program. Now, this is a beacon within the Presidential Youth Employment Intervention and offers young people pathways to earning and learning whilst being able to serve and cultivating active citizenship and social cohesion. Now, this is a direct measure to be able to counter the pressing realities in the context that I had outlined above. It aims to equip young people with practical skills, work experience, and a sense of purpose, thus preparing them for employment, entrepreneurship, and community leadership. Now, through phase 3 of our NYS program, over 16,000 young people contributed to vital sectors such as education, healthcare, and the environment, as well as social welfare, while also receiving training to be able to boost their skills and their employability. Now, we've since expanded, honorable members, to reach 40,000 young people across the country, offering monthly stipends, skills development, and support to be able to transition into work and further opportunities for themselves. So in conclusion, honorable members, the introduction of the NYDA's APP, as well as our bold 5-year strat plan, marks not just a moment of reflection, but a renewed call to action. These instruments speak with clarity and purpose by being able to place youth development, youth entrepreneurship, youth empowerment creation, services, as well as skills at the center of South Africa's development agenda and trajectory. Now, as we prepare to welcome our new Chief Executive, who brings vision, rigor, as well as a deep understanding of youth development, we do so with confidence in the leadership that will guide the agency through the next chapter. Now, we stand on the threshold of the NYDA's 20th anniversary, carrying both the lessons of the past as well as the aspirations of the future. With a growing population, rising demands for inclusion, as well as in evolving economic realities, the task ahead is great. But so too is the determination of the agency, as well as our newly appointed Chief Executive. Now, these plans are not just policy, but they are obligations. They are the blueprints of hope, drawn with the link of accountability as well as those of ambition. Now, as the custodians of the future, we remain committed to building a South Africa where every young person has an opportunity to rise, to thrive, as well as to lead. So with that, honorable members, I will hand over to our acting CEO, Ms. Mafiki Duma, who will then lead the honorable members through the first segment of our presentation. So through you, Honorable Chairperson, allow me to hand over to our acting CEO, Ms. Mafiki Duma. Thank you, Honorable Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Executive Chairperson. Before we hand over to Ms. Duma, I would like the new CEO just to turn on his camera and to introduce himself to the Portfolio Committee, please. And maybe just in 2 minutes, tell us his vision to tackle all the various challenges facing young people in our country. Mr. Kubeka.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson. Members of the Portfolio Committee for the opportunity for me to join in here this morning, members and colleagues from the Ministry, Chairperson of the NYDA board, and members of the board and colleagues at the NYDA, and of course, fellow young South Africans. My name is Ndumiso Kubeka, and it is with a great sense of gratitude that I have the opportunity to join this particular sitting here this morning as an observer, as I officially assume my responsibilities on the 1st of July, 2025. I do so, Honorable Chairperson, with a great sense of humility and resolve in terms of the appreciation of the task that certainly lies ahead, which is, I think, located in the responsibility that the NYDA has in soliciting a fitting response to what I would think is a national question in South Africa, which is, how do we sustainably address the question of youth unemployment? It is a national question, and one that I think is located and is macroeconomic in nature, and therefore requires a collective effort to respond to what is fundamentally a macroeconomic issue. As our economy grapples with growth and, of course, appreciating that revenue in South Africa depends on growth assumptions, part of the issues that we will contend with is whether, if a low growth environment persists, what does that mean for the collective response to the youth question, and whether or not is it unattainable if a low growth environment persists. And so it was with these issues, I think, that we would contend with, that I think that at an evidence level, we have seen certain episodes of growth in the South African economy that at times has been associated with low employment elasticity, where we see weak linkages in certain instances between economic growth and employment. And so, Honorable Chairperson, given this specific country-specific evidence, I think that part of the task that certainly lies ahead is to look at how we then approach and continue to approach research and policy initiatives through evidence-based approaches, be it through the design of the interventions of the agency, the crafting and nurturing of domestic and international partnerships, the greater efficacy and transparency in the government spending, and of course, measuring impact through access and success patterns, which I believe as a collective effort, we would be able to support the work that is indeed located within high growth and employment multiplier sectors for South African youth. And so, of course, Honorable Chairperson, I look forward to joining all of the talents and the gifts of South Africa's young people across the length and breadth of our beautiful country and, of course, continent to respond to this national question that faces young people. And so with those few words, Honorable Chair and members of the Portfolio Committee, I want to thank you once more for the opportunity to join in this session, and I look forward to a productive cooperative engagement over the next 5 years, which I would hope would be able to create a meaningful dent in youth unemployment and, of course, creating opportunities that will certainly create livelihoods and respond to the prayers of our grandmothers in terms of what our future prospects are. Thank you, Honorable Chair.
Thank you so much, incoming CEO, and we wish you all the best in your new responsibilities. We look forward to working with you. And yes, as a portfolio committee, we would like to look back after our 5-year term and say that we've made a meaningful impact in terms of youth development and ensuring that young people are able to access job opportunities and live meaningful lives. So we look forward to working with you. I will hand over now to the acting CEO to lead us through the presentations. And please be mindful of the time. I know you've got very lengthy presentations, but by 11:15, we should start the engagements. So if we can just be mindful of the time, honourable members have gone through the presentations. So it leaves you with about 50 minutes for these presentations. Ms. Duma?
Thank you, Honourable Chairperson. Thank you, Ms. Makaula. If you can just zoom into it, we'll start with the context of the presentation. Ms. Makaula will just take us through briefly. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Acting CEO. Greetings to the honorable members, the incoming CEO of the NYDA, the executive chairperson of the NYDA with all the other board members. Thank you very much for the opportunity. I think in terms of the context of the presentation, the CEO, incoming CEO and the executive chairperson would have given the lay of the land in terms of our strategic plan for the next 5 years and the APP. I wouldn't dwell much on it, but I think it's important for the members to just note that as the NYDA, we understand that it cannot be business as usual. And with that in mind, we further reaffirm the support for the presidential employment intervention as announced by the president. We also support the implementation of this presidential youth intervention, focusing on the National Pathway Management and the Revitalized National Youth Service Program and the Youth Entrepreneurship Agenda broadly. Just to refocus in terms of what would the presentation contain in terms of our targeting and priorities that you will be hearing throughout the presentation. I think it's important for us to look at where young people are based in the country and mostly where they are. It is for the NYDA, we appreciated that most young people through migration and also where opportunities are in the country would likely be located in KZN, Gauteng, and the Western Cape. That being a motivating factor for some of those targets in those particular provinces being higher. With that being said, we also appreciate the report from the first quarter labor survey that states the high rate of unemployment in Northwest sitting at 58%. This obviously motivates that we reinforce our efforts in terms of our program implementation in that particular province and other provinces, that would then have better brand in terms of high unemployment in the country. Not forgetting that mostly unemployed young people that would mostly likely be unemployed would have less than matric. This appreciation then further emphasize the point around the NYDA, improving our skills development agenda and the work that we'll do in terms of partnerships around improving skills for young people in the country in order for them to access the job market. This does not take away the fact that obviously our targets will be implemented across all provinces and there will be a balanced approach in terms of how we implement our programs. We also appreciate that most of the available opportunities in the country, if we look at the first quarter labor survey as presented by SETI, say that most of the available jobs are sitting at elementary occupations at 25%. That also means that most young people are not really skilled enough to move up the ladder and access the available opportunities, which require a bit of more skills. This is a challenge for the NYDA in the next 5 years to build relationships, to really see moving these young people up the ladder and being able to access such opportunities. It is against this context that the NYDA presents to you a strategy that is embedded on these 4 pillars. The first pillar being the economic development through entrepreneurship. This is where really we'd like to see young people entering entrepreneurship, receiving financial support, and also receiving non-financial support that will enable them to strengthen their businesses, but also broadly understand how to get into business, receiving mentorship, receiving market linkages support, and in order for them to grow their businesses. We also understand that there are young people who would want to enter the job market, and we will do this through the second pillar, which is creating decent employment opportunities through our jobs program. This we will do through partnerships that are currently existing in the country, through the private sector, and also by us being part of the National Pathway Management Network. The third pillar, very important, which is the chairperson of the NYDA spoke to briefly, the revitalization of the National Youth Service Program. Revitalization of service in the country is so important as it gives young people who would not have been able to access opportunities through education, through entrepreneurship. These young people will be given an opportunity to get mentorship, to be part of a network. Through those particular networks, they will gain skills, having an opportunity to move from learning to earning opportunities. Lastly, most importantly, as mentioned, is the monitoring and evaluation of the integrated youth development strategy, which is really the core and pillar of our work that we do at the NYDA. How we integrate the youth development work across all sectors, involving a number of departments across all sectors, and really having departments being accountable for the work that they are doing as in the youth development space. The NYDA strategy, vision and values, we want to reaffirm that our vision being a credible, capable, and inclusive and activist development agency that is responsive to the plight of South African youth. Our mission is mainly to mainstream youth issues into society through stakeholder coordination, and to facilitate and champion youth development with all sectors of society. We reaffirm our values over the next 5 years of having integrity as an organization, being accountable, importantly, being accessible to young people and stakeholders, being respectful, being collaborative, and being innovative. I'll therefore then hand over back to the acting CEO to take us through the operating environment.
Thank you, Ms. Makaula. If we zoom into the executive structure, so in terms of the support functions, NYDA has 3 support functions, being financial services, corporate services, and ICT, and there is a core department, which is program design and development, all reporting to CEO, and then there is an executive director's office reporting to the NYDA board of directors, the board reporting to the minister in presidency, minister responsible for Department of Women, Youth and Persons with Disability, and reporting directly to presidency. Looking at the regional structure, we are available and accessible, and we have national footprint and available in all 9 provinces. Then looking at the vacancy rate, as at end of March 2025, it was sitting at 9.7%. There was a slight increase from 9.1 if we compare to the third quarter. However, if you look at the breakdown, the increase was due to employee separations that were actually recorded in quarter 4, and some of those exits include resignations. We did have some dismissal. It's one relating to misconduct. In fact, both of them relating to misconduct, the one being dishonesty and the other one dishonesty and fraud. Then there were contracts that did expire at the same time. So out of the 586 positions that we have in the organization, 7 of those positions are currently occupied by persons with disabilities, and it reflects a percentage of 1.2% in terms of the rate. Though our target is 2% for this or for the past financial year. We haven't met that target, but in terms of the breakdown, it's the same thing as I have alluded earlier. However, if you look at the distribution in terms of gender, senior and top management, so 64.3% is female employees, then 35.7% it's male employees, and then overall in terms of the gender equity, 62.6% it's females, 37.4% it's actually male. Then I'll hand over to Mr. Bango. Thank you.
Greetings, Chairperson and honorable members. I think I won't really go through this slide because it has already been alluded to in terms of the Presidential Youth Employment Initiative. However, the NYDA is aligned to the SONA priorities as presented by the President, and the NYDA is part of the broader employment initiative as part of this Presidential Youth Employment Initiative. I think I'll just move to programs and targets in terms of how we've crafted our 5-year plan and the APP. But Honorable Chair, just to indicate to you that when we developed the 5-year plan together with the annual performance plan for the NYDA, we had to go through a rigorous process in terms of engaging all the stakeholders that we work with so that they make a meaningful contribution in terms of how we should provide support to young people. Multiple sources of information is also considered, including but not limited to the NDP 2030, the NYP, which is the National Youth Policy, the 25-year review, and well, of course, even the just recently amended NYDA Act. It guides the development of strategy. Existing baselines that we have also considered, which serves as a guideline as well. The strategy is also consulted with National Treasury, with the department, and also other departments that we work with as we implement our youth strategy. I think what is also quite key in terms of our approach, the NYDA try by all means to avoid duplication as far as possible, where other government departments or agencies of government are implementing a particular youth initiative. The agency has a function, we would rather partner than really duplicate. So I think our strategy, its core program structure, it's divided into 3 programs, which program 1 is the admin, program 2 is our core, which is program design, development, and delivery. The last program is around the integrated youth development. So I'll quickly move to program 1, which this is one of the support program this program, it provides supports in terms of human resources, financial services. Because Chair, you'll notice that we cannot be in a position to implement our core mandate if we do not have adequate support from this particular program. We also ensure that there's an element of performance management, because once an APP has been developed, all our staff need to ensure that they do contracting. We develop operational plans, and contracting is also aligned to operational plans, which therefore subsequent is going to give expression to the annual performance plan. We also have to ensure that we have a communication strategy that is built within our APP, so that when we engage with our clients, we engage with them with adequacy. Next slide. So yeah, so within program 1, there's quite a number of sub-programs, which is communications and ICT, internal audit, and risk management. So in terms of the commitments that we've committed within the administration program, we had committed in terms of the value of funds sourced from the public and the private sectors to support the youth development programs. So here, there's quite a number of there's quite a number of government departments, including, well, of course, some of the SITAs that we work with, and also other entities of government like the SOEs. But over and above, we also work with the private sector in terms of, trying to solicit support from them to provide support to young people. We have committed a target of 350 million. We also committed a target around SITA partnerships that we need to establish. We also committed a target partnerships around technology companies within the ICT sector. We also committed a partnership to be signed within the engineering sector, as well as the agricultural sector, because that's one of the critical areas that we've also realized that a lot of young people have shown interest that they would need NYDA to support in terms of business opportunities that they might want to pursue. We also committed a target, Chair, in terms of percentage spent on training and development budget. We also committed a target around awareness campaigns on GBVF for young people by the NYDA in collaboration with other partners that we work with. We also committed that we are going to develop a sound risk management assessment report, which is also in compliance with National Treasury for the level of, level 5 achievement status. We had also committed a percentage, 94% of ICT service delivery to ensure that we meet those standards as set within the APP. This is also very critical in terms of BBBE. We have committed a percentage preferential procurement spend on enterprises that are youth-owned, women-owned, and persons with disability. You can see here, Chairperson, we've committed 5% for persons with disability. We had also committed intergovernmental relations activities to be facilitated. This is part of the collaborations that we work with government departments. The next KPI, I think, it's around the outreach events that we normally, drive across, throughout the year, but over and above, even during the June month, we had quite a number of activities that we need to engage with young people. We had also committed an indicator around the innovation initiatives, because we felt that it's very important that we need to keep on innovating from time to time so that we become relevant in terms of the expectations that young people might be expecting the NYDA to do. I think the next KPI, it's the next slide. I'm going to hand it over to Ms. Makaula, which is Program Design, Development and Delivery.
Thank you very much, Mr. Pango. The next few slides, Chairperson, is really the program design and delivery of the agency, which is anchored on 3 programs that we'll be presenting over the next few slides. Firstly, youth entrepreneurship. I think the strategy of the agency is centered around ensuring that there are training interventions inclusive of persons with disabilities that will participate in the entrepreneurship space. We will see in the next slide that we would have prioritized a specific target for persons with disabilities. We would have also catered for young people in terms of business consultancy services to further support them as they enter the entrepreneurship space. We would just reconfigure our grant program, allowing us as an agency and also the public, young people, to be able to interact with the grant program in a way that we are efficient in terms of dispersing funds to this particular young people that are upcoming and joining the entrepreneurship space, having clear monitoring systems and having clear support systems for the entrepreneurs. We would also improve our market linkages program by allowing the private sector and partnerships and also civil society partnerships that will further support us to be able to get young people to access the market through partnerships such as the DSBD, CFA, CEDA, DTI. This really enabling us to prepare young people to access these opportunities through our support programs such as the aftercare mentorship and support programs. Through the youth entrepreneurship program, we would have targeted 2,000 young people, or rather enterprises, for this financial year. We're looking really at ensuring that we cover young people that are in rural areas, young people with disabilities, young people really that fall in the provinces that we would have highlighted bearing the most brand in terms of access to opportunities. But these targets will be spread across all provinces, but a strong focus will be on those vulnerable groups and the particular sectors that we would have mentioned. We would also ensure that through the 23,000 opportunities to support non-financial, to provide non-financial support to young people, we will then be able to ensure that we increase those numbers over the years between 25,000 and 25,000. Furthermore, we will create jobs through the entrepreneurship opportunities that will be provided. This target is very critical because there has always been a plea and a cry out to say that as government, we are always providing opportunities to entrepreneurs in the country, but we do not see these opportunities that these businesses are creating. So as the NYDA, we are going to be measuring those opportunities and reporting those particular opportunities. We will further support young people through our voucher program and measuring the number of business development support vouchers offered to young people at a target of 1,650. Very importantly, the number of youth with disabilities that will be supported with a target of about 500. This is very strategic for the NYDA to ensure our seriousness and really our dedication around supporting this vulnerable group. The second aspect of our program is jobs. Really here, we would want to ensure that we prepare young people to be ready for the job market, and we'll do that through our job readiness programs and life skills, through partnerships such as the Department of Labor, Harambee Youth Employment Accelerator, the YES program, the CETAs, and the National School Skills Fund. Most importantly here to highlight is the demand-led strategy by the NYDA. What does this mean? It means that we are not going to just look for opportunities in vain. We are going to be approaching the private sector deliberately and saying to the private sector, tell us what are the where are the gaps in your organizations? How can we as government collectively assist you to ensure that we equip young people to be ready for the opportunities that we have? We will then, in partnership with the SETAs, the Department of Higher Education, through the Department of Higher Education and all other partners involved, prepare these young people for these available opportunities. This then makes reference to what we spoke to earlier, moving young people up the ladder from just participating in the economy through elementary occupations, but moving them up to access the skills that are required in the economy. We continued our participation through the National Pathway Management Network, our partnerships with the SETAs. Out of the SETAs that are there, we're currently in partnership with 16 SETAs. So that means we would want to expand on that work with the SETAs that we are currently working with. This slide really emphasizes what we have been talking about in the past few slides, emphasizing the point around the specific targets around young people with disabilities, set aside targets for financial support, set aside targets for young people to be trained, set aside targets, or rather strengthened partnerships in provinces. We currently have partnerships with the department, the province of Limpopo rather, and the Department of Tourism in Mpumalanga. We have partnerships from AgriSETA promoting young people, assisting rather young people in rural areas through our animal production program that is currently running for 80 young people, specifically in KZN and Eastern Cape. We would want to expand on this work. This really shows really our seriousness around rural development, access for young people in rural areas, access for young people that are disadvantaged in all groups. Here we're just demonstrating rather the targets in terms of the different programs. For our job preparedness and life skills, you will see that we are going to be implementing this program across all provinces. And this flows from rather the target setting flows from the population demographics that we would have presented before, and really to show that where the numbers are high, it would be because of that's where the young people are concentrated. But that doesn't take away the fact that as the NYDA would want to strengthen relationships in across all provinces, working with the premier's offices, ensuring that young people across the country get these opportunities. In preparing young people to join entrepreneurship, one of our critical programs is the business management training and sales pitch triple BE program. And we would have also prioritized and set targets across all provinces, which is really critical for them to be able to access funding, not just from the NYDA perspective, but with other funding institutions that are available in the country. The other program, most known program in the country, is our grant funding program, where really here we are looking at startups as little, funding young people as from as little as 10,000 rand to 250,000 rand. Here we're really providing an opportunity to startups that want to take a bite in the entrepreneurship space, but would not have the necessary capacity for them to be able to pay a loan, for example. This is, for example, as the NYDA, we are providing opportunities to young people that would want to participate in the bigger landscape of entrepreneurship, but would not have the experience. So we provide them with the necessary experience. So those are the targets across the country, 2,500 that we would have targeted for the grant funding and our voucher program. That's a cooperative governance training and business development support specifically for cooperatives and businesses. We further then support them with mentorship and market linkages. Very important in the entrepreneurship space for us to ensure that young people receive one-on-one mentorship, receive group mentorship, receive market linkages opportunity when they would have been provided with funding. Very important as well is our job placement program, which gives an opportunity to young people, as explained prior, that this is a demand-led strategy for the NYDA. So we're not just looking for job opportunities for young people that exist in our database, but we go an extra mile in training these young people and preparing them for the available opportunities in the market. We have then taken a deliberate step in looking for partners that are playing in this space, partners such as the Unemployment Insurance Fund through the Labor Activation Program and the National Skills Fund. We, through these initiatives, will aim to place about 7,000 youth in employment initiative. We would have already looked for employment partners that will take in these young people. So over this next financial year, we'll be working very hard to ensure that over and above these opportunities that we would have created, young people get not only trained, but are placed in opportunities. Presented on this target before, this is just a breakdown to show you how it would have been allocated across all the provinces. Very important because it measures from the work and the funding that we would have dispersed to our entrepreneurs what employment opportunities would have been created through that particular funding. Lastly, our jobs program, it targets, we have would have planned for to have 45,000 opportunities for young people to be capacitated with skills to enter the job market. We would have aimed at having 25,000 young people to be placed in jobs. A new target that we would have created is the number of young people trained in technical skills. Here we would want to test how we would then be able to ensure that we train and capacitate young people for the job market in relation to what is available and what is required by the economy of this country. Lastly, the number of young persons with disabilities capacitated with training and jobs targeted at 600. The last program is the National Youth Service Program. I think the chairperson spoke at length about this program, the revitalization of the National Youth Service Program, which is currently sitting at 40,000 for this financial year, giving young people an opportunity for them to be prepared for the world of work, being linked up with a network that will assist them to be able to broaden their horizons. Young people participate in the National Youth Service Program with just 16 hours per week per participant. They find an opportunity here that really transitions them from learning to earning. So the emphasis on this program is really anchored on transitions, So whilst we have the 40,000 young people that we would have planned for this financial year, the emphasis is for us to ensure that young people out of the 40,000 transition, and we would have planned that 10,000 of these young people transition out of the program. We would have further planned to ensure that there are a number of government departments and organizations that are capacitated to implement NYS, because we wouldn't want to have NYS being just a program that is being implemented by the NPOs that we have currently. We would want to expand this work to have government departments, private sector across the country, really implementing and understanding the role of National Youth Service and the impact that it has. We would also be planning outreach activities. This is to popularize the program and just having an understanding and appreciation by young people of this particular program. This is just a breakdown of our numbers for National Youth Service across the country. These are minimum numbers for the provinces across. You would see that we have where we have partnerships such as the Western Cape, we're sitting at 7,803. This is due to the match funding that we would have received from the Western Cape government. We are receiving other collaborations and interest from other provinces as well that are coming up. Provinces such as your Free State, they're coming up as soon as that is finalized. We would then be able to increase those numbers. So that is the just the spread for the National Youth Service Program. We would obviously prioritize gender and rural young people in rural areas. We are prioritizing young people with disabilities targeted at 4%. We continue to work with NPOs and the civil society, capacitating them to be able to firstly understand the sector that they're in through collaborations with GIZ, through collaborations with SARS, through collaborations with the Department of Social Development. This has been one key program that we have seen NGOs in the disability sector, across all sectors, the LGBTQI plus and other environments, really thriving. We've had good stories, and in this financial year, we would want to take this a level up. And we have 90 NPOs that would have already started and with inductions all over the country. Emphasis on the rural target for the NYDA. This is very important. I think we would have spoken around the importance of having young people across all societies being given an opportunity to participate. And here we're just giving a picture of the top 10 communities that are the most poorest. Of course, this data is it's 2016, just a bit old. However, if we would look into the data that is existing now, there wouldn't really be much change. KZN and Eastern Cape still really bears the brunt in terms of losing jobs, which we would have seen as reported by Stats SA. We would have seen that the most poorest communities are in those particular provinces, not taking advantage of what is happening in Limpopo, of what is happening in Mpumalanga, of what is happening in Northwest. So our concentration as the NYDA will be prioritizing the poorest communities across the country. We just thought we should highlight the poorest municipalities, but not definitely leaving out those in other provinces. How do young people access our
I just need to remind us of the
services?
time.
It is okay. Thank you very much.
I'm sorry to interrupt. Sorry, let's just be mindful that in about 20 minutes we need to start the engagements. I'm sorry about that. Please proceed.
No, thank you very much, Chairperson. I'm wrapping up and then handing over to Mr. Bango. Just to emphasize for young people that are even watching us, that the NYDA interacts through our services on online platforms, social media platforms. We are available on our toll-free and customer services hotline. I think we will put some of the details on our chat box for the sake of time. We have a national footprint. We are acknowledging that as the NYDA, it is important over and above the 44 districts that we have to form partnerships with local municipalities, to form partnerships at provincial level to ensure that information gets to the young people, not just through the physical offices that we have, but through outreach programs and partnerships. I'll hand over to Mr. Bango to go through the last few slides. And thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Chair. I'll be brief, given that this is the last. Next slide, Makaula. This is the last program in terms of our program structure is aligned into the 5-year plan and our APP. I think this is also one of the key critical program in terms of the work that we do, especially around how we do conduct our research work. Because where a program is being implemented, as the NYDA, we need to go back and evaluate that particular program as what are the challenges that the program is facing. Are we succeeding? If there are any challenges, we come up with ways in terms of how we can make improvements. But over and above, also to share some of the good benefits of some of these programs that we're implementing amongst young people, well, of course, using our various platforms that are available within the NYDA. Next slide. So here, Chair, I think a question might arise to say, are we really working with all government entities or government departments? Well, of course, including the private sector and the civil society. And the answer is yes. As you can see here, there's about 4 pillars, which speaks to economic transformation and job creation, which is also aligned to the programs that we implement within the NYDA. But over and above, we might find that there are these particular initiatives that are implemented by other government departments or entities of government. How does the NYDA work together and ensure that we collaborate and provide that particular support in all other provinces? So we have set aside some targets here. We've committed about 7 studies that we're going to conduct. We're also going to produce an annual report on the work that we do around the National Youth Service Program and also around the collaborations that we work with within government, which is the National Youth Development Strategy. And again, we're also going to produce the National Youth we are going to produce the Disability Strategy Report, which we are also going to share with you, Chair, on a quarterly basis in terms of how are we implementing that program. We're also going to review our disability strategy that we have developed since 2022, to ensure through the consultations that we had with young people, we have listened to young people in terms of the support that they need, in terms of disability. And I think we've alluded to that to say we have committed a target of 4%. But there's quite a number of initiatives that we are going to implement to support these young people. I think I will hand it over to the CFO to give us a presentation on our budget. CFO.
Thank you very much, Mr. Bango. Thank you, Honorable Chair. I will be brief. Mr. Bango, if you can go to the next slide, please. If you can go to the next slide, 61. The annual budget revenues. Thank you very much. Committee members and Chairperson, the slide will then summarize the budget that the NYDA has been allocated this financial year, and we will be accounting for throughout the year as we implement the priorities towards our APP. The total budget is just above 1.1 billion rand, which does represent a 33% increase from the prior financial year, and I will be breaking that down on a high level as to what contributed to that increase. Firstly, we will be receiving our tranche transfers from the Executive Authority of 474 million rand. That does represent a 4% increase. That then takes us to a trajectory of pressure when it comes to our fiscus as an agency, and does put a pressure on us to accelerate our efforts towards the donor-funded income, where we have seen a 20% decline in terms of what we will manage to conclude with partnerships this year. We have donor-funded partnerships that will bring 83.4 million rand. The majority of that comes from the CETA. As the executive from operations as mentioned, we've entered into agreement with the manufacturing CETA. We have a donor agreement with Facet. We have from the Department of Labour through the Labour Activation Program, and we also have a continuation from the Community Works Program in the Agri-Gain Revolutions project. In saying that, with this decrease from the prior financial year, as the agency, we are still for us to be sustainable throughout the financial year towards our APP. As part of that, of course, I'm still on slide 61, Mr. Bango, thank you. As part of that, we have planned interest income. Of course, that is passive income, not wholly in our control, but we do budget for it as we pursue our cash management strategies of 8.6 million this year that we have budgeted for. Then the biggest contributor to our adjusted budget would be the additional grant income that will be coming through from the presidency. That will then fund our presidential youth employment of 549 million rand, and that is about a 120% increase from the prior financial year. The agency really does look forward to this financial muscle to continue to implement the NYS project. Of course, with the decrease, therefore, on our partnerships that we have managed to conclude at budget time, we also have a decline in what we're expecting from our project management fees, and that is only sitting at 6.2 million rand, which is a 61% decline from the prior financial year. We are pressured as an agency to develop a model where in the partnerships that we do enter into, we are able to retain sufficient project management fees for the agency to recover, particularly the fixed costs and the time that we invest into implementing these partnerships. Next slide, please, Mr. Bango. Chairperson and committee, then the expenditure for that revenue is detailed in the slide. That 1.1 billion rand in total will be spent towards programs 2 and 3 at 67%. That speaks to our economic development through youth entrepreneurship program, our jobs program, and our national youth service and integrated youth development. Then we have our administration right at the top, which encompasses our support services, that being financial services, corporate services, our information communication technology program, and that is 11% of our budget, sitting at 121 million rand. Then just at the bottom, then we separate employee costs with 1% of our budget, sitting at 236 million rand, just above 236 million rand. And then we have capital expenditure, which is just 1% of our budget that we have allocated for this financial year. Thank you, Mr. Bango.
Thanks, Sipho. Thanks, Chairperson. I think I won't really go through this slide. Next slide, Ms. Makaula, because this is a summary of what has already been presented in the body of the presentation. Again, in terms of the disability strategy, as I've alluded to earlier on, that we currently finalizing the disability strategy for the next 3 years as the NYDA, so that we ensure that these young people are included in terms of the product and services that we serve as the NYDA. I think I will stop here. Chair, thank you very much.
Thank you so much. There's still a second presentation, which I think we would need to take the highlights of. Executive Chairperson. Mr. Bango?
Thanks, Chair. I think this was the only presentation, Chair, which it's inclusive of the 5-year plan and the APP.
Okay, so there's not a second one. Okay, that's fine. Then, colleagues, I'm now going to hand over to honourable members to please start raising your hands so that we can start the engagements. And thank you for sticking to time. You, in fact, had another 3 minutes left, so that's very helpful. Colleagues, you can raise your hands. I see one hand. I see a second hand, third hand, fourth. Okay, we'll take the first round of questions. It will be Honourable Mabel, followed by Honourable Adams, followed by Honourable Spies, and the Honourable Chauke Adonis. We will take that as the first round of questions.
I have an issue with raising hands here, so but maybe I'll come in the second round. Please
Yes,
note
that's
me.
fine. You'll be the first in the second round, no problem.
Thanks.
Okay, over to you, Honourable Mabel.
Honorable Chair, thank you very much. I have few questions to ask from the presentation that you have just received. My first question, how will the selection for NCG?
Okay, sorry to interject. Is it just me or is it everyone that is experiencing this?
No, we can't hear her.
NCGBVF. Yes.
Okay, let's just try again. Can you start from the beginning, because we couldn't hear you. The line was very bad, your reception. So just start from the beginning if you can.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you now.
Okay. How will the selection criteria for NCGBVF board candidates be weighted and applied in practice? My second question, what is the budget allocation for the operational cost of the NCGBVF board given its critical role? How will public comments on the candidates list influence the final appointment to the NCGBVF board? My fourth question, given that repeated mention of youth age from 0 to 14 transitioning into the 15 to 34 cohorts, what specific NYDA programs target this group? What timeline passed to the proposed national dialogue with youth stakeholders? How will the NYDA ensure that training programs sustain rapidly short-term outputs and updating the integrated youth development strategy beyond producing annual reports? How does the NYDA plan to improve the employment of persons with disabilities, given only 1.2% of NYDA staff are persons with disabilities? What new interventions are planned to address the structural economic barriers identified in the NYDA strategic document beyond those already listed in previous years' plans? How does the NYDA measures the actual impact rather than just input of the Presidential Youth Employment Initiative? Lastly, Honorable Chair, how does the NYDA plan to mitigate the risk posed by coalition governance of program implementation? Thank you. That's my submission. Thank you very much, Honorable Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member. Honorable Adams.
Good morning, Chairperson. Am I audible?
Yes, you are, ma'am.
Thank you very much. Good morning to yourself, Chairperson, and good morning to NYDA and the team. And let me also appreciate the presentations of them today. Chairperson, I have some few questions. My first one, what specific measures does NYDA has in place to ensure equal access to its resources and services for youth, people who are in rural areas? And my second one, Chair, how will NYDA track progress on the targets, both in the strategic and the annual performance plan, especially the targets on the inclusion of people with disabilities? Third, are there any specific disability programs that will be carried out by NYDA in the current medium-term expenditure framework? And my last one, Chairperson, can NYDA tell this committee if the said targets are being met or are they just on paper? I thank you, Chair.
Thank you so much, Honorable Adams. Honorable Spies.
Thank you, Chair. And thank you for the presentation by the NYDA. Chairperson, mine would first of all start with the issue around a rural strategy that has been mentioned countless times. And I would like to get a sense of or an idea from the NYDA in terms of how this rural strategy will be designed and implemented. And I'm also wanting to understand whether there are any partnerships that the NYDA is exploring in terms of putting together such a rural strategy. And then still on rural strategy, and particularly in terms of rural youth, I sort of struggle, or it's a concern from my side, to understand how the NYDA measures the impact of their interventions within rural areas. And I think in particular, I would like to just mention as an example the fact that when the NYDA reached out to youth in the rural Kanaland last year, there was quite a hype created, and we were very thankful, and it was something very positive and constructive at the time. But since then, one needs to understand what has been the impact of that intervention. Has anyone gone back to those youth that were attended the outreach? Has any help been extended to them? What has happened and how is this measured? And then the sort of local or regional offices situated within reach of these rural areas, and in particular, again, the constituency that I'm responsible for. Are there regular visits from those rural offices in terms of reaching out to see whether there is any impact? Is there anything happening Is it moving? Is there any sort of change in the opportunities taken up by young people, or accessing opportunities that are put out there for young people? Because this is a huge concern, Chair, and I know colleagues have mentioned it, but we will always mention it because on the ground, we do not see the real impact of such interventions. And I think when it comes to the policy and reform in terms of rural interventions and strategies, there needs to be a much more detailed plan outlined in terms of that. Then, Chair, I would like to move on to the targets that is set out for the board. And just to observe that there are no targets that relate to the NYDA in the APP. And I would like to find out why that is, and how the board individually and as a collective account for their work and their contribution to achieving the targets as outlined in the strat plan and in the APP. But also, Chair, how the performance of the board is measured. How do board members account for their activities on a quarterly and annual basis? Then, Chair, in terms of finance, there's huge inputs made on the Presidential Youth Employment Fund. But we also do know, Chair, that that particular fund also is reaching its expiry date, and one wants to understand what is the strategy from the NYDA in terms of that particular movement. Then on terms of, I think, the issue around persons with disability, it is very evident that there is not a very serious undertaking from the NYDA to ensure that persons with disabilities reflect in their employment. If you look at, I think, 586 employees and only 7 of them being disabled or persons with disabilities, that is very worrying. And I think in this regard, the NYDA should be leading when it comes to this part in terms of youth in terms of persons with disabilities. Then, Chair, in program 1, a lot of mention is made about the intergovernmental relation activities. And what I would like to know is that what is meant by these activities that's been facilitated, and how would that facilitation be measured as an outcome? And then, Chair, if one looks at the sort of outreach and the totals that has been given to us, the information or statistics, it's always very good to know when you say that you've reached 20,000 young people in a particular intervention of a entrepreneurial support, financial support, as mentioned. It is important for me to see the breakdown of such interventions per province. I'm glad to see with the National Youth Service Program that there was a breakdown per province, and it showed, the intervention and the collaboration. But one wants to see that, because only through that can we, as committee members, really measure. We can really then see where the help is needed, where the intervention is needed. Then my last question, Chairperson. There's mention made of the fact that private funding or donor funding has obviously, and it's been indicated in the report, that it is decreased. I've asked this question to the minister as well, which was not responded to. But I want to understand, with that gap that is now coming in, where there is no more the type of donor funding that was received, what is the strategy that the NYDA will then have in terms of getting much more private donorship or, private donor funding to fill the gap in terms of where it is not happening anymore or it's taken away. I will stop there, Chairperson. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honourable Spies. Honourable Chauke Adonis, you will be the last for this round, and then we'll take the answers and come back for a second round of questions.
Thank you very much, Honourable Chairperson, for the opportunity, and greetings to the honourable members and also to the delegation of the NYDA, and greetings to the acting CEO and the incoming CEO and the chairperson of the executive board. I would like to just start off by taking an appreciation of what has been presented before us. And I've got just a couple of questions. So some of my questions, I think my honourable members have already touched on it in terms of the targets that have been set and how realistic they are in terms of risk analysis. Have we looked at the possibility of not having the ability to meet the targets that have been set? And if so, what measuring tool is put in place to see the viability and also to measure the impact? My other question, Chair, would be centered around, also taking an appreciation that there is a direct focus on, historically disadvantaged and marginalized groups such as persons with disabilities, young people with disabilities, and those in rural and remote areas, hence the strategic plan that would then be presented. One wants to, on the element of these strategic plans, really reflect on what are the intercollaborative approaches with the state-owned entities and department in ensuring the successful implementation. And secondly, in terms of the resource and budget allocation that they would require in order for us to see, these strategies be really seeing life and making an impact. Chair, it is also slightly, I can say it is slightly concerning that perhaps there is going to be, in terms of the budget, there's going to be a deficit because the 5-year period it will be coming to an end. And I think Honourable Spies spoke to this as well and said, what is the intervention strategy that's put in place to cover that shortfall, and what type of impact will this have on the overall programs and running of the organization, or let me say, of the agency? My other question, Chairperson, we also do take note that with the current acting interim board, with the transition between the interim board and the board that is now being awaited to be appointed by the president, how are you ensure in terms of setting aside a budget for induction purposes? I'm not sure if that is already integrated in operational and administrative costs, because it's very important for us to ensure that we do not leave a vacuum. And we do take an appreciation that there has not been a vacuum, even in the position of the CEO and having an acting CEO, and now that role being occupied. On the vacancy, perhaps if I can just get clarity on what is the vacancy rate, and can that data be segregated and meeting the equity targets as a state institution? What are the plans of contributing towards achieving the NDP? When we speak to persons with disabilities, it says 7.5%. Where are we currently sitting? When it comes to youth, where are we currently sitting? Young women, where are we currently sitting? Because we do understand that the NYDA plays a critical role in supporting the work of the Department of Women, Youth and Persons with Disabilities. Also, if there can be a highlight on collaboration, further collaboration with other departments, there is an allusion, or there is a reflection on some of the departments that the agency is already engaging with and has already had collaborative programs and interventions, but are there any additional prospective departments that the agency is engaging or would wish to engage, and what type of impact are they looking to achieve with that? Chair, I also do take note that our current chairperson of the NYDA is newly appointed in the NSA, and we do congratulate her appointment. We want just a reflection of whether there would be a conflict of interest, whether that speaks to, being remunerated on both sides or not, and also if it would affect her status currently as the acting chairperson. But from what I've seen in terms of the presentation, it has not destabilized her efficiency in the agency. My other question in terms of the seaters. Now, we do know that there is a lot of buzz around the seaters, and the NYDA has taken a deliberate approach and, intervention to ensure that we are collaborating with the various seaters. If I'm correct, it's 16 seaters out of the 22 seaters. Are there any difficulties, and what type of impact have those collaborations had on the work of the NYDA successfully implementing its programs, and how do they measure the impact? Additionally, with that, it would be a question to ask in terms of the outstanding seaters that have not yet collaborated with the NYDA. Are there prospects of collaborating and engaging them, and who are those particular seaters? Chair, I would also want to ask, in terms of the issue of visibility, how can we ensure, and I think it was spoken to, and I think this is going to be in the strategy of the rural development strategy of the NYDA, how is that plan going to be rolled out in terms of the strategic approach of identifying the most isolated and perhaps least, least impacted by the work of the NYDA in the country? Also taking an appreciation of the visibility of the NYDA in all the 9 provinces. What is the plan in place in order for us to increase the visibility and I would say the visibility of the NYDA to young people? My last question would be in terms of the APP and also the strategy. It's not speaking too much, it's not heavily invested on how to leverage off of ICT and the digital era. And one would want to really have an appreciation that we do have young people who are easily connected, but also in remote areas, what type of interventions can be, or for us to also see the establishment of satellite offices in order for young people to gain access to those opportunities. I think then, Chair, if that I've left out, I will then come in if the opportunity does arise. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honourable Whip. I think I want to stress the issue of rural reach. I think we have often said that we want the NYDA to come up with a plan that will ensure that rural youth have got access to NYDA offices. If we look at that map, your offices are mostly in cities, and then you've got some satellite offices. But when we met with you in KwaZulu-Natal, we had asked for the NYDA to be innovative. In other words, whether it is that you use mobile trucks, the current government mobile trucks, to reach out to young people, whether it is that you utilize municipalities, even if it's that you are going there once a month. But we wanted to see a plan that takes the NYDA services to the ground, to where we find the most disadvantaged, poor young people that are in desperate need for NYDA services. So I think we need to have a further discussion on that, but maybe you can unpack what your thinking is around that. Then I also wanted to ask whether we should be briefed as a committee about any restructuring at the NYDA. And I'm asking this because in the page 5 of the strat plan of the Department of Women, Youth and Persons with Disabilities, It reads, we will reimagine, restructure, and adequately resource the National Youth Development Agency and its programs, transforming it into a national agency that's not only fit for purpose, but also inclusive, responsive, and representative of all youth. So this, to me, in my mind, speaks to a restructuring process, and maybe you can just tell us if there's anything the committee needs to know in this regard. But I think we will come back with a second round of questions, but I'm going to hand back over to you, Executive Chairperson of the board, to lead responses. And then in the second round, we will start with Honorable Lonzi, followed by Honorable Kanihile and Honorable Peterson. Over to you, Executive Chair.
My hand has been up for quite too long.
Oh, no, I didn't see your hand. Sorry.
And my hand, Chair, Honorable Mkono.
Okay. In our second round, it will be Honorable Lonzi, Honorable Kanihile, Honorable Spies, Honorable Mkunu, Honorable Shabango, and Honorable Totetsi. But we will take the first round of responses, please, Executive Chairperson of the board.
Thank you very much, Chairperson, as well as the honorable members for those comments, the contributions, as to how do we strengthen the work of the agency. Through you, Honorable Chair, I will invite the acting CEO to lead in some of those responses. Perhaps she could start by answering the HR and corporate questions. Thereafter, hand over to our Executive Director for Operations, and then Mr. Bango. Then the CFO will respond to the finance questions, and the CIO on the question that was raised in relation to the various ICT, or how do we leverage of ICT in the digital economy. Then I'll come in then just to give an overview of some of the questions that have been directed to me, and to overall then wrap up the responses. So through you, Chairperson, the acting CEO can come in with the responses.
Thank you very much. Over to you, acting CEO.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. Just looking at the question that relate to employees living with disabilities, and the representation that we currently have in the organization is sitting at 1.2%. That means we have employed 7 individuals, but I think the concern is how are we planning to improve? In fact, this is the question that was actually raised by our subcommittee of the board, the HRR, and because they also had concerns that we are really not meeting the target. So some of the strategies that were put in place, we were actually tasked to really relook at our work environment and make sure that it's very inclusive. In the fact that I think last year, one of the things that we did was to actually look at the policies that we have in the organization, especially the recruitment policy, that we make sure that we offer reasonable accommodation for persons living with disabilities, that we make sure that our work environment is flexible. We make some sort of a flexibility to accommodate them. We also review our job descriptions and just promote a disability awareness. And I think the most important thing was for us to make sure that we partner, because what we explained is that as much as we advertise, and we do have a clause on our adverts that we encourage persons living with disabilities to apply, but out of the applications that we will receive, it's either 0 or you will get 1 applications targeting persons living with disabilities. So one of the key things that we were tasked to was to actually partner with a disability organization. We recently did that. If you look at the list of the interns that we've recently appointed, we have received those database, the database of CVs from the organizations, those organizations that deals with disabilities. So that's what we're putting in place to ensure that we attract persons living with disabilities and make sure that we do meet our target as said. Thanks, Chair. Can I hand over to Walter to answer the other questions? Thank you.
Yes, thank you so much. Mr. Bango.
Thanks, Chairperson, the acting CEO. I think there was a question around the target around intergovernmental relations and how do we anticipate, the facilitation process. So this target, to be specific, Chair, it's about how are we going to ensure as the NYDA that we collaborate or create partnerships with other government departments or entities of government, could be SOEs, could be public entities of government. So the facilitation, we will do them by engaging those particular entities or government departments, where we'll have an MOU, a memorandum of agreement in place. But as the NYDA will present, some of the potential opportunities that can be implemented for young people and come up, with an agreement with that particular government department as to how can we work together to ensure that we provide collectively that particular support. And we are aiming to do this at the national level, provincial level, even going down at the municipal level. And we're doing this as well in all the provinces. I think some of the examples in the presentation were also highlighted, like, for example, in KZN, in the First State, Mpumalanga, and Limpopo. There's quite a number of those engagements. Even at national level, we are having those intergovernmental relations in terms of how we can implement the work that we need to implement. I think there was also a question that also came out very strong to say, how do we measure the impact in terms of the work that we do? I think in our strategy, Chairperson, we have also outlined that any program that we implement as the NYDA, we also have what we call an aftercare in terms of entrepreneurship or enterprises that we are developing and providing support. We also have what we call a post-disbursement report, where we say, once the support has been provided to a young person in whatever, in the provinces, we had to do regular visits and engage and do those self evaluations together with that particular client as to what are the challenges that young person is experiencing and how can the NYDA come on board to assist. So it's also mandatory for us as the NYDA to do those post-disbursement self-evaluations to verify as to whether are those businesses successful, or if there are any challenges, how can the NYDA come on board and assist in that regard. There was also a question around that, are we foreseeing any possibility of not, achieving some of these targets that we have committed in the APP? I think the answer to that is to say, look, from our risk assessment that we have done, we're not really foreseeing any possibility of not meeting any targets, because internally as the NYDA, as part of our strategy, we also have developed SOPs in terms of catch-up plans where a target is lagging behind, because at times you might find that there are challenges that are being experienced during the implementation, but we have often devised some means to put in place a catch-up plan as to if it's about financial implications, maybe there's a lack of, a shortfall in terms of the financial support. We'll have to devise some means and see how we can and who we can approach in terms of the partnerships that we've got in place and to meet that particular target. Of course, we also have working with quite a number of partnerships. For example, in the Department of Labor, the UIF as well is working with us when it comes to entrepreneurship in the grants that we disburse. So I think also there was also a very strong questioning around the issue of disability, rural reach. Yes, Chair, we are developing that strategy and we're becoming deliberate. For sure, even in the APP, you might have seen, there are actually those set asides for persons with disabilities to say how many of those young people, and even if you look at the number, it's quite high. We did a benchmark, we look at SIFTA in terms of how they've been doing when it comes to disability. We also look at the engage other municipalities and in terms of how they would want to collaborate and work with us. So we've become deliberate in terms of committing that 4% that we spoke about for persons with disability. But over and above, the rural reach is also going to take a huge precedence. I think there was also a question around ICT in terms of how do we ensure that the young people that particularly from rural areas access. We know that it's special access to internet is quite a challenge. But what we are doing, I mean, each and every branch of the NYDA has got a mobile truck, which we normally use them for outreach services where we cannot reach. Our officials at the district level have to go and make sure that they engage, whether disseminate information to those young people, but we also encourage those that can reach those 44 district offices across all provinces. There's also internet connectivity that we've made it available, but we are also in engagement with other stakeholders that might want to play a role and see how we can provide support to our young people at large. I think for the other questions, I will hand it over to Ms. Makaula.
Thank you, Mr. Bango. I think before Ms. Makaula comes in, maybe just to add some few points regarding ICT. I'm not sure if I'm audible. I would also like to pass my greetings since this is the first time I'm speaking in the meeting. So good morning, Honorable Chairperson, Honorable members of the Portfolio Committee, CEO, Acting CEO, Executive Chairperson, and colleagues. So in terms of the further work that the NYDA has done in terms of digital transformation to reach the young people of South Africa at large. Firstly, we have digitalized all our programs just to try and cap the gap between our young people having to travel to branches so they can apply for all of our services online. And further to that, we have strategically partnered with SA Youth, which has the sayouth.mobi app, which is a zero-rated app. We have then integrated our NYDA ERP system with the sayouth.mobi app. What then that does is that whenever we have job opportunities available, which are sourced by our business development officers across all the regions, we then upload them and then they reflect on both systems, and then which also helps us in terms of the internet and data access, which is a problem. Further to that, Chairperson, through the last financial year, we have also introduced WhatsApp chatbot as well as a normal chatbot, which is available on our NYDA website, where our young people can be able to interact and ask questions regarding our programs and be able to then get self-services. We then further, we have a toll-free line, which I think it has been alluded to or spoken about in this meeting. But what we had further done is that we have integrated our telephony systems with our internal open source ERP system. So what this helps with is that, when a young person calls in as well, there's a level of self-service that is provided, and from internally as well, the agent on the other side, if a young person exists on our database, they are able to pick up their information without, the back and forth of asking for information. Further to that, Chairperson, because, as the ICT department, in order for our colleagues to be able to serve the youth, we also need to, enable them with the necessary resources. So we have also introduced soft phones. So these soft phones are available on your laptops. So these are integrated to your landline at the office. So this one's particularly helps when our officials are doing outreach programs, when they do go and conduct outreach programs of, giving or providing services in rural areas. Whenever young people are calling their landlines, they are then be able to reach them outside the office. Further to that, in my closing remarks, is that in this financial year, we will be focusing on also integrating with the Department of Home Affairs so that we can also ease some of the burden when our young people are filling out application forms online, so that we can then, validate their identity in real time instead of them having to upload an identity document. Thank you very much, Chair. That's what I wanted to add.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Thank you, Ms. Masiteng. I'll just go through a few questions related to operations and really related to program delivery. I would like to start off with just sharing my screen on just a comparison in terms of the formal sector versus the social employment programs related work that has been done by government. And there was a question around how do we measure impact of the opportunities that would have been provided through the National Youth Service Program as well as other social employment programs. So we do a lot of research working with Harambee, and this is just some work that was done in last year, 2024. We are going through another phase of doing more research and evaluating the program till to date. But this just gives you a picture in terms of the employment opportunities that would have been created through the SA Youth Mobi platform without the social employment programs or public employment programs. And then on my right would then therefore be the impact of those particular programs with formal sector employment as well as public employment programs as well as EPWP placements. These are just opportunities, the impact of the opportunities that would have on the lives of young people generally in the country. So I thought I should start with this slide because as we measure impact as the NYDA and with the partners that we're working with, really is reliant on continuous monitoring and research of that particular work. So that's what we do on a yearly basis working with Harambee. There was a question around the intervention that was implemented in Canaland as to whether we were able to go back to that particular community and if there are current interventions that we're implementing. Definitely, Honorable Spears, there are interventions that are happening in the area through the partnership with the municipality. Our George office would have almost immediately after the intervention implemented business management training in the same community. We have activities lined up that are going to be implemented in the same community. Maybe the exact details of the number of young people and who are those beneficiaries we are most happy to share that information, but there is work that is being done in that regard. There was a question around the work that we're doing in terms of disability, if we are to be able to give particularly examples of the work that we have started doing or the partnerships that we are embarking on, particularly for this financial year, it is important for us to maybe take a step back and reflect on some of the work that we would have done and that is just going to be concluded now. So we would have taken lessons from one particular project that we would have that we are currently wrapping up with PCETA for 50 young people in Northern Cape. It's a new venture creation and ICT program. What we did there is to train young people on new venture creation, them being able to access opportunities in the space and being trained on how to enter entrepreneurship. They would have then been placed in various opportunity providers and partners for them to practically practice what they would have learned in class. The lessons that we take from this particular program is particularly the support that we would have provided for these young people improve in terms of the ratio, facilitator, and the number of young people that will be in the room, because these young people would have different needs and different requirements in terms of the support that is required. So we would want to increase that. We would want to increase the number of partners that we have that are well knowledgeable. And also we would want to retrain our staff. So we would have trained all our trainers on basic in terms of the disability sector, but we would want to retrain our staff, get them into a refresher course, as well as our business development advisors, just so that they are able to help these young people effectively, efficiently, not compromising the quality of the work that we are doing. We also have a number of NPOs that are affiliated with us through our incubator program. And in fact, one of the NPOs that is situated in Mpumalanga is doing very well in terms of expanding reach to young people with disabilities. So such NGOs really help us by being on the ground. So in terms of the strategy specifically, we then said as operations, out of the broader strategy, we said that each province is different, right? And each province being different, it means that our strategy per province must be able to speak to the needs of the young people that are in that particular province across all the different designated groups. So we then have specific partners per province that will assist us to achieve those specific targets. So for example, I would then speak to KZN. In KZN, we would have partnered with the Department of Social Development, which then assists in terms of providing psychosocial support services, which will in extent also provide us with the budget in terms of our grant program. They would also, in extent, support our NPOs that we train. They understand better the environment, they understand better the needs of the young people in that particular province. So it's province target approach that we are looking into. There was a question around the CETAs. So thank you for that question, because as the NYDA, as we appreciate the support that we would have received from all the CETAs that we are currently working very well with. We would love to extend our relations to partner with your LG SETA. We would want to partner with the SETA in the manufacturing sector. As you would know that if we are serious as the country and we would want to really ensure that young people enter the space of manufacturing, we would need SETAs in that space to train and capacitate young people in those particular areas. There's also inroads that we're making with the security SETA. What we would want to do in that area is we've seen that there is not a lot of work that is being done to train young people to enter the support services around security. And the safety issue in the country is really becoming, close to being a crisis. It is a crisis, in fact. And the people that can better protect the state resources, capacitated, well-trained, are young people. And there's many young people that can easily be trained for those particular services to be offered. So we're speaking to the SETA to partner with the NYDA in that regard. We would also want to be, in partnership with the ETDP SETA. We have worked with them in the past before, but for this financial year, we would want to reignite that particular partnership. I think in terms of the questions around target setting for provinces, definitely going to a regional at a regional base and ensuring that our young people in regions, or for reporting purposes, we are able to highlight that from this specific region there is that work. For the level of the operational plans that we have, we do go to that extent of really setting out the targets to the regions and how many young people are benefit on even where we are not present physical. There is some work that we are doing with local municipalities and other private sector organizations to see how we can better partner. I think we did mention us really reaching out to post office and other partners that have lots of buildings across the country that are not optimally utilized. So we are inviting the post office and other institutions to work with us for co-location purposes, so that we are able to disseminate information to young people. But also I should emphasize that information dissemination and really capacitating young people in the country, as the NYDA, we do not see it as just the responsibility of the agency alone, but it should be a concerted effort and everyone should bring something to the table so that we can better the lives of young people. Lastly, on technology from a program implementation point of view, Ms. Masiteng would have spoken from a broader point of view context in terms of the work that we're doing to improve access for young people. There are specific programs that I would like to speak to, just one program. For example, we are having various partnerships with, to name one, we partnered with the university, the Val University of Technology, eSkills Collab. We also partnered with NEMISA and Human Capital Learning Solutions. This was a training for young people in the Val area. They had undergone 3 weeks training for the technical aspect of the work for the cell phone repair program. And they would have also undergone entrepreneurship development training. They would have received tablets, a cell phone repair toolkit, and business registration assistance. So this work we are expanding in other provinces. So the next province that we will be going into is KZN. So there is some work that with the cell phone repair program, we understand that the market right now is infiltrated by, you know, our brothers and sisters from other countries, and we would like this to really benefit our young people in those communities. I mean, all of us in this room would have come across a situation where we need our cell phones to be fixed, and we will need to fix those cell phones at the doorstep of our homes. And these are some of the practical skills that we would want to expose our young people to. Easy for them, short programs, just for them to be able to have sustainable livelihoods. I think if there are any questions that we would have missed, we'll come back. Without any waste of time, I'll hand over back to the Executive Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Ms. Kaula. Just to touch on the finance questions, there are quite a few, but in overall, there was a question and a concern raised relating to the donor-funded income. Just to provide assurance to the committee that, of course, the donor-funded income has decreased in this financial year that we are in, but has not resulted in an overall deficit for the agency. The agency has budgeted at a break even, which has meant that we have to contain some of the expenditure line items in order for us to curb the gap in the decrease in the donor funded income. The donor funded by nature is a moving target in the sense that the agency does have a governance structure that is chaired by the deputy chairperson of the board. It is the investment committee that looks at the mobilization strategy and the partnerships to ensure that throughout the year, particularly leading to the medium-term expenditure framework, we do close out the gap and we are able to conceal commitments, solid commitments with the private and the public sector. In saying that, our strategy for this year's budget was quite conservative. We focused on only those donors where commitments had already been signed off for this financial year. And then what we will do then when we do our budget review, we will be able to incorporate those that will come through the investment committees in this first 2 quarters. Just as an example, last week we were able to finalize a commitment with the Department of Social Development in the KZN province, which was not part of the budget. So just to show that our donor-funded income is at an upward trajectory, and we do focus it on a lot to bridge the gap in our fiscus. Just for the budget for the board, yes, the board, the interim current board has been adequately budgeted for. Part of the administration program, there's a 2% allocation that will be spent by the interim board, and that will also include potential activities that will take place for the induction of the incoming board. Thank you. I will hand back to the executive chairperson. Thank you.
Thank you, CFO. Thank you, colleagues. And just lastly, Honorable Chair, just to maybe wrap up some of the responses and the questions that were directed to me. I will start with, apologies, Chairperson. I'll start with the questions raised by Honorable Spies. How, in terms of how does the board individually and collectively account to the work that we've undertaken, just to appraise the honorable members that as the board, we conduct board reviews and evaluations. These are done both collectively by ourselves or the individual board members. The respective board committees are also evaluated, but beyond that, beyond our own individual evaluation, we do conduct an independent evaluation wherein a service provider independent of ourselves evaluates the work and assesses progress of the work of the board and ensuring that it is aligned to the strat plans and the overall priorities of the agency. Then the second question by Honorable Spies was in relation to Kanaland and the impact of that particular event or program, as well as follow-up programs in that regard. I think for the benefit of the portfolio committee, just to appraise them that we hosted a parliamentary outreach program in the Kanaland municipality in the Western Cape, which includes your areas of Kalidsdorp, Ladysmith, Van Wyksdorp, and Zwa. This particular event was under the theme Unlocking Potential, Building Futures, Strengthening Youth and Communities in Kanaland. Now, this particular initiative offered, a unique opportunity to the young people of the Kanaland municipality with the various opportunities that the agency made available to them. We held this event in partnership with various stakeholders that came on board to exhibit. We had your construction SETA, CAT SETA, Agri SETA, your higher health, Department of Agriculture, the Nelson Mandela University George campus. We had Home Affairs, we had South College and Central College, Harambee, and a number of other partners who came on board to exhibit on the day. But beyond that particular initiative, we also, just to confirm that we do have a footprint in Ladysmith, particularly within our George campus, our George office. We are in the process of planning a life skills event or life skills program, our business management training and jobs training in the area of Ladysmith. We also liaise and work quite closely with the ward councillor, or the councillors rather, in the areas that I've mentioned, so that we can have consistent and continuous engagement with the authorities in that area, and ensuring that the work of the agency continues beyond just a once-off event. Then just to respond to the last question by Honorable Adonis, asking about my involvement in the NYDA as well as the NSA, which is the National Skills Authority. Just to appraise honorable members that firstly, I think we need to make a distinction between executive and non-executive roles and functions. So in the case of the executive roles and executive directors are employees of either a company or a state entity who are actively involved in the management and the operations of that particular business, as is the case with my involvement at the NYDA. However, non-executive directors do not participate in the day-to-day operations of the business. Instead, they provide independent oversight, objective advice, and help shape the company's strategy or the entity's strategic direction. So this is the case for my participation in the NSA. But further to that, then, Honorable Adonis, Section 20 of the PFMA states that, or rather makes provision for remuneration of government employees by stating that an official member may not serve, or rather may not receive additional remuneration, and that subsistence and other allowances may be paid to the official member by the institution that employs the official member in accordance with his or her conditions of service. So in this case, my remuneration comes solely from the NYDA and no other state organ or state entity or government itself. But further to this, just to allay the discomfort or to clarify that a provision is also made in the directive on conducting business with an organ of state, which is a directive that is issued by the Minister of Public Service and Administration, and outlines, so this directive in summary outlines the manner in which government employees are allowed to conduct their various activities within the prescripts of the law. So this directive makes provision for an employee in the public service who may volunteer or participate in activities such as teaching or lecturing, supporting the IEC as voting staff during elections, as well as volunteering their services to the board of their professional associations through nomination or election, as was the case for me at the NSA. And lastly, in terms of our declaration of interests, we do have a fiduciary duty to declare interests before we start with all our board meetings at the agency. So this is to put in place, it's a mechanism to put in place to ensure that at the start of all our NYDA board meetings, that opportunity is given for members to declare their interests, so that as and when there are interests that may arise, that particular individual would then need to recuse themselves when that particular item is addressed, so as to avoid a conflict of interest that may arise. So these are the measures that have been put in place in an effort to uphold to good governance. And so for this particular matter, I can confirm that one, I only receive remuneration from the NYDA, and two, that we are given an opportunity to declare our interests, so to protect the good governance of both entities. I'll hand back over to you, Honorable Chair. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Executive Chairperson. So I would like to ask a question to the CFO, but you can answer in the next round. CFO, the budget that you alluded to for the interim board, does that include spending on drivers and bodyguards? Yes or no? Then, Chairperson, you alluded to a service provider who do the assessment of the board and the institution at large, and I would like to request that we get copies of those assessments if it's possible, and that we get the information of the service provider. Who is this service provider and at what cost? Then I think I wanted to say we didn't hear anything about a possible restructuring. I also didn't hear anybody really unpack the details of the expanded rural reach plan. And I would like to also request from the CFO that we get a detailed breakdown of the Presidential Youth Employment Fund and donor-funded income, that also be furnished to the committee. But let's now take our final round of questions. It's Honourable Lonzi, followed by Honourable Kanile, followed by Honourable Peterson, followed by Honourable Mkunu, followed by Honourable Shabango, and Honourable Sotetsi at the end. Over to you, Honourable Lonzi.
No, thank you very much, Chair. Want to greet the members of the Portfolio Committee, board members, the Chair of the NYDA, and also to greet the newly appointed CEO of the National Youth Development Agency. We hope that you are not corrupt, CEO, and that even when the comrades come to you and want to persuade you to do wrong things in the NYDA, that you are not going to ruin your very good track record in as far as your CV is concerned, looked at it, and ruin it because you have been persuaded by comrades to steal from the NYDA, to steal from money which is meant to develop young people in the rural areas, in the townships, and all the cities in South Africa. So we want to wish you well and hope that you are going to maintain that ethical stature, even with the pressure that may come your way. Chair, my big problem with the board of the NYDA, and I think you mentioned this when you opened our meeting, and perhaps I'm just going to make these few remarks, ask very few questions towards the end, and then maybe we'll follow up with a letter. Is that the term of this board ended last year in November. It is now more than 6 months after the term of this current board has ended. This portfolio committee underwent a very important process in the establishment. There's someone who is whose microphone is on, Chair. This
Honourable
committee went through a
Just honourable members, please switch off your cameras and your mics if you are not on the platform. Thank you, Honourable Onsi.
Oh, thank you, Chair. This committee went through a very good and robust process to interview a group of young people who, according to the Act, must now take over from the old board. And we are now approaching July, and there is still no appointment of a new board of the NYDA. And I find that to be extremely problematic to the millions of young people who would have watched those processes, to the millions of young people who would have wanted to see the fresh minds taking over in the NYDA. And it would have been even nicer if these targets and this strategy is presented by the new board, because they are the ones who will be tasked to preside over. We should be asking them to say, now that you are leading this entity, how are you going to ensure that we meet these targets? Because now we're speaking to people who may not even be here in the coming months or two. And we're asking them, how are they going to meet the targets? How are the strategies going to work? Yes, the executive leadership may remain, but the board, which will perform a fiduciary responsibility to oversee this work, may not even be here. So I must register that concern as a member of the portfolio committee, that we do not understand what is causing the delay in the appointment of a new board. Worse, and this is mentioned by Honorable Adonis, and I completely agree with her, the chairperson, the current chairperson of the NYDA, is appointed as the chairperson of the National Skills Authority. She's got a new role in the NSA. So I'm not persuaded by her response to this, because if one reads the National Skills Development Act, it's very clear under remunerations and administration of National Skills Authority that a member of the NSA who is not a full-time employed by the state and other entities, and because she's performing an executive function, she's full-time in the NYDA, but she's also leading the National Skills Authority as a chairperson again. Why would, with so many unemployed young people in South Africa, with so many unemployed youth who are capable, who have got the necessary skills, who have got the qualifications, why will someone want to occupy two positions, chairing the NYDA and at the same time chairing the National Skills Authority? There are more than 100 vacancies in the NYDA, we heard from the report we're given. Yet, the same NYDA must tell us it's fighting unemployment of young people. How is it fighting unemployment of young people? Because it can't even fill the vacancies that they have. More than 100 vacancies, only 5, according to their own report, not me, only 5 of them are actually being advertised, which means more than 90 or so are just sitting there, whilst young people, whilst graduates are sitting at home without jobs, without any sight of where the future is going to go. So I'm not persuaded by the explanation of the chairperson of the board. And I think we must follow it up as a committee. If the committee won't follow it up, I'll follow it up. It does not make sense to me why someone can be a chairperson of the National Skills Authority and a full-time chairperson of the National Youth Development Agency. Even if the act out, which I don't think it does, your own conscience as a young person, understanding the unemployment that we're dealing with in South Africa, should speak to you to say, why do I want to occupy all of these roles? Everything is mine. I want to be in charge of everything. So I think really, Chair, we must look into that. I've just got a few questions. The first question is that, do we have any other members of the board of the NYDA, current members, who have been appointed in other state entities or boards or councils? That's my first question. My second question is that the extension of the contract of the board, because you would have been given a contract when the term was effectively extended, because I don't even see it as appointment of an interim board, because the old board was just extended and given the same responsibilities when did the contract say the end date, if there is, of that one? Because your term ended in November, then your term was extended or you were appointed as an interim board. When was the last term that you were supposed to serve? And please give us that date. And then when was the now CEO of the NYDA? When was that CEO appointed? And this is a very important question because it also speaks to the timelines of you as a board of the NYDA and the many other functions that you would have been performing. And we hope that you are performing them within the timeframes of your contract. Because we may have a situation here of a board operating outside its designated, contract and how long it was supposed to be serving. So when was the decision of the CEO taken? Maybe this one you may not necessarily have to answer it here, but maybe note it down and write to us. The criteria which was followed in the appointment of the CEO. This is nothing personal towards you, CEO. We just want to make sure you've got a good track record, at least for now, until we discover anything. But we just want to follow to see that the correct steps were followed because we don't trust these people. The question that I want you to answer now, was there any objection from the board on the appointment of the CEO? And what was the reason for that particular objection? And then perhaps to close off, Chair, but I will be writing a letter to the Chair and also to the Minister. But I think we need to raise a very strong objection to the continuation of a board whose term of office ended last year in November. And there are many things which are happening. Sorry, before I forget, because there's someone who's, I think Walter, spoke about mobile trucks in every branch of the NYDA. So number one, how many branches of the NYDA are there? Number two, how many mobile trucks are there that the NYDA utilizes? And then is this the internal capacity of the NYDA, or are these mobile trucks as a result of a tender program, or are they as a result of a business that was given to someone to utilize it? Who and what is that particular entity, and how much is the NYDA spending on these so-called mobile trucks, which are represented in all the branches of the National Youth Development Agency? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honourable Lonzi. And just to say, you have not been with us, but I've been keeping you updated that we share the concerns around the interim board and the permanent board not being in place. In fact, as a portfolio committee, we engaged the minister on Tuesday and we were hoping to still engage her today. But I will indicate some resolutions towards the end. We have made a public call to the president to finalize the appointment of a new board in this month of June still. We've also written to the speaker asking her to engage the leader of government business to finalize this process. But we will take further resolutions in this regard. But let's move on to the next person. It's Honourable Kanile.
Good morning, Chairperson, and good morning to the NYDA board, the colleagues, as well as the staff. Chair, I have been covered by my colleagues that have spoken before myself. However, I have a few issues that I want to reiterate on. I think the first issue, it is the issue that was raised now by Honourable Lonzi. And we have raised this issue as well on Tuesday when we had the minister together with the deputy minister in the portfolio, that we concluded the interview some time ago and the recommendations for the candidates that we believe should be appointed by the president was done more than 3 months ago. And by now we would have expected to have the full board to be fully functional. It is unfortunate though, because the minister is not in this meeting today. And one of the questions that were left out in the meeting that we held on Tuesday, also considering that there is a video that was circulating where the minister herself was making certain allegations about the qualifications of the current young people or candidates that have been recommended. I'm not going to go into the details of that video. My focus is going to be the advertisement that was issued. It is read as follows. As per the requirements, as per the NYDA Act number 11 of 2024, the candidate must be South African citizen between the ages of 18 and 35 years, have relevant knowledge, expertise, experience, or qualifications in the youth development, social development, financial field, legal, or any other field considered necessary for advancement of the agency's mandate, be allowed to finish their term of office if they turn 35 whilst in the office, and be committed to advance the vision, mission, goal, objectives, values, and principles as enunciated in the National Youth Policy. The question that I have to the Minister, we may receive the answer in writing, I don't have a problem. I want to know if the Minister herself believes that the candidates that we have recommended, they meet the criteria and they were selected or rather recommended based on merit. Because I think her answers is going to give us direction and understanding in terms of why this appointment has been delayed. The Deputy Minister made it very clear in the meeting that she's in full support of the list of the candidates that have been submitted, and the process that we followed was ran publicly. Everybody saw the interviews, and we also got the comments from members of the public themselves. So it baffles me, a member of this portfolio committee, to sit here and still be waiting for this process to be finalized, as we are sitting with a very high rate of unemployment amongst young people within our country. Chairperson, with that being said, I think I'm going to follow up or add on one of the questions that you have raised with the current or the interim board. When we were in an interview in KZN, we saw one of the board members driving around in blue lights. I want to know if that particular member qualified to be driven around in blue lights, number one. Number two, if he met all the standards to apply to be in a position to be driven around in blue lights. And based on the answer, if it's a yes, I think that is fine. If, okay, no, it's fine. Let me wait for the feedback. I think I'm going to have another bite on this one. On the issue of the mobile units and satellites office, I was largely covered by Honorable Adonis Chauke as well as Honorable Lonzi. But I just want us to be very, very honest when we come to these meetings. Some of these presentations, they look very beautiful on paper, very beautiful when they come before the portfolio committee. But when you go to the ground, it's a total opposite. That is why we have a high rate of our young people that are into drugs. And some of them, when you engage with them and ask them if they still apply for employment opportunities, they say to you, "Giafan," which basically means it's still the same. They just do not care. They have given up. Why they have given up? It is because they have no hope, none whatsoever. In Liqua, I remember before I joined this portfolio committee, there was never, ever even a single interaction from the NYDA until I requested to have an outreach that was held in October last year. To date, I do not know that of the more than 250 young people that were there, how many were actually assisted. And I also feel that even those that are approaching the office, they may not be getting any joy, none whatsoever. Why I am saying this, I'm having a very good working relationship with the manager in that office. But there's certain things that I'm not going to keep quiet about. There's one or two young persons that have reached out to her office through myself. And I just want to read out some of the responses that she is giving to them. There's one that says, okay, thank you for your email and following up regarding the BMT training opportunity. We appreciate your continued interest and patience. I would like to sincerely apologize for the delay in communication following the assessment held on the 23rd of October, that is last year already. And this follow-up was made on the 13th of June this year. Due to internal budget constraints, several of our planned training programs, including the BMT training, have unfortunately been put on hold. As a result, the majority of our current training efforts are now being conducted in-house to reduce travel-related costs. With that in mind, I would like to ask whether you would be open to attending an upcoming in-house training session that will be available and end. I find this email to be saying to young persons, we don't have budget to be coming out to you. And you, as an unemployed young person, relying on your 350 grand, we now expect you to come to where we are. Right, I was looking at the offices that we are having in Mpumalanga. In Mpumalanga, we only have 3 main NYDA offices. And within the Garsibande district, it is only the one that is in Secunda. I'm from Standerton, that is the local municipality. It means for a young person to be able to travel from Legua to go to Secunda for the in-house training, per day they have to spend 120. And then how much are they going to be left with from the 350? If it is a three weeks training, are they even going to complete that training? All we want now to know is how many number of satellite offices do you have in the other areas where you don't have the main branches, number one. Number two, specifically in Mpumalanga, I know here we represent all other provinces. Maybe all the other details you can send to us later in an email or in a report, I understand. But from this very meeting, I want to know how many mobile units do you have in Mpumalanga? And what is the schedule of that mobile units? I want to know how often do they go out to reach out to these young persons? Because it looks like we're having a cosmetic office. If this office cannot be able to reach out to our young persons because of budget constraints, then how are we able to ascertain that young persons are actually benefiting out of this? And I also want to find out what is the NYDA's target. I fully understand it is not only the role of the NYDA to deal or to eradicate unemployment amongst young persons, but I also understand that they have that responsibility. I would understand that you also have a target when it comes to each and every province. What is your target in Mpumalanga in terms of number of persons that you want to ensure that you save? Number one. Number two, what is the number in the previous financial period of young persons that you have assisted? Coming back to the question that was raised by one of my colleagues, when we did an oversight in KZN, a number of young persons indicated that they apply, they get funding, but it ends there. No one is mentoring them, nothing is happening. They don't even know how to market their product. They don't even know what to do with their products. Some of the stock that they were sitting with, it is the stock that they received when they actually got their grant. So how far are you in ensuring that you provide mentoring? Because I understand if you mentor these young persons, you are also going to give them an opportunity to be able to hire more young people. And if we are able to do that, I think we can say we are moving in the right direction in terms of reducing the rate of unemployment. Chairperson, before I forget, I wanted to also welcome the incoming CEO, Ms. Dondumiso Gupega. We welcome you and we're looking to a very fruitful working relationship with you. And I want to extend a word of appreciation to the acting CEO, Ms. Mafiki Duma. Ma'am, thank you so very much for all you have done for this agency and for the assistance that you've also provided for my constituency. You've been very, very helpful and we really appreciate having worked with you. And we are hoping that we are going to have further interaction with you, but thank you so much. Chair, during the presentation by Ms. Makaola, she has mentioned that they have picked up that there's young people that are not skilled enough. They are looking at improving partnering with other stakeholders. I am worried looking at the fact that NYDA was established in 2009. And 16 years later, they are telling us that they have picked up that there are young persons that are not skilled enough. This is not a new matter. What I want to know is what has been done for all these other years, because I do believe that we need to get to the bottom of this, deal with the root cause for us to be able to find solutions. But the issue of young persons that are not skilled, it cannot be brought here today in 2025 as a new matter. And when they say they're going to be partnering with other stakeholders to address this issue, I'd like them to provide us with timeline. If they give us timeline, it's going to enable us to be able to conduct an oversight. Coming back to the issues of disabilities, in their presentation, They've indicated that they have employed 1.2% and their target is 5%. Looking at the fact that now they're having just below 100 vacant positions, I want them to make a commitment in this very meeting that they're going to ensure that they meet this target. I also want to, here's this issue. Chair, we normally get this presentation from the NYDA and from the department itself, where they tell us that they want to focus or to partner with the agricultural sector to ensure that they empower young people. The other department will say women and persons with disabilities. Can they actually make sure that this is implemented, this is actually done? And if there are any stumbling blocks, can they please come back to us and let us know where they're experiencing challenges? Because I kind of feel like this is thrown at us just as a passive presentation, but if it needs to be implemented, there is nothing that we have ever seen ever since we have joined this portfolio. So what I want to know is, when is this partnership with the agricultural sector going to take place? Okay, I think this is the last one. Chair, when we went for an oversight in KZN, I feel like NYDA is not covering their base. We visited a center that was inside a hospital. It was called TB HIV care. What they do, they work with young people where they skill them in various areas of interest. I remember there were others that were baking, others into catering, others had their salons. Because they lack capital, they work with whatever they have, they work in their small sheds, but their businesses are running. I remember others were sharing their inspirational stories about how they make 1,000 per day. You could see that they are happy with that. But for me, I found this to be this department and the NYDA working in isolation, because those were young persons. If you already have a department that is training young persons to do whatever businesses that they do, why are you not partnering with organizations such as this one to ensure that you assist these young persons with the capital to start their businesses, or you even buy them equipment to be able to start their businesses? Because if they can do that, then they also can be able to hire more people. And ever since I have sat in this portfolio, Chairperson, I'm wrapping up. I just had a few questions. I have never had NYDA telling us how are they partnering with SAYEC. It looks like they are all looking after young persons, but they are working in silos. I have never had them, especially in Mpumalanga, mentioning that they are working with them. There's a department or institution called Mega something. It is based in Nelspruit. I'm really not sure what it does, but I do know that their main focus is working with young persons. Why there is no collaboration? If you are serious about ensuring that you bring down the rates of unemployment amongst young persons, why don't you identify other institutions or stakeholders that that have the same objective as yourself and check how you can partner so that you can split responsibilities and maybe split the funding as well? And as a last comment, Chairperson, what I want after this meeting, maybe by the end of next week, I want NYDA to give me a full report of what transpired in the outreach program that was held in Ligwa in October 2024, and the progress that has been made to date. I think from that report, then we will then discuss a follow-up session, because I don't want to have an event in my constituency just for PR purposes. If we have an event, there must be results after that. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honourable Kanile. Ms. Mpondo, I hope you took notes in terms of the questions that the Honourable Lonzi posed, as well as the Honourable Kanile. Because those questions are the questions that we would like the Minister to respond to us in writing by close of business on Monday. I would also like for the Minister to tell us whether she believes that the disparaging comments that she made on public platforms against the parliamentary process and our candidates may have caused a delay in the President acting to establish a new board, and whether she has rectified or corrected that misinformation, because I think that would be important to do so. So I think those are some of the issues that she can respond to. We are running out of time, honourable members, but we've still got many hands. So let's go to the Honorable Peterson.
Thank you, Chairperson. Greetings, honorable members and board members. Chairperson, I think I've been covered by my colleagues. Mainly, I would say Honorable Lonzi and Honorable Kanyili. So I would just like to raise a concern, also based on what Honorable Lonzi said regarding the fact that there's 119 vacancies, but recruitment is underway for only 5 positions. And then, Chairperson, I remember also when we were in KZN, I asked a question regarding the office or regarding NYDA's representation in West Rand. And I was made aware that there's an office in Randfontein. Now, Toekomsrus is in Randfontein, which happens to be, I think, just about like 10 minutes. Toekomsrus is like 10 minutes from where the NYDA office is. So when we speak mobile trucks, it really makes me wonder how willing the NYDA is in engaging young people who don't necessarily have access to phones or data and even in having to use public transport from Toekomsrus to go to the NYDA office and getting there and then still not receiving the help that you require honestly makes me wonder how willing they are in engaging young people or assisting young people who don't have access or who don't necessarily know what the functions of NYDA is or what they do, right? And then I think in closing, because I said I don't have a lot of questions, I think honestly, Chairperson, NYDA needs to be honest with us about who they prefer to engage with. I think I'll leave it there, Chairperson. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Honorable Peterson. Honorable Mkrunu.
Good day, Honorable Chair, esteemed members of the committee and the NYDA delegates. Thank you, Mhlonishwa, for this opportunity. Firstly, I would like to welcome the presentation from NYDA and express my interest in their work. I have a few questions, Slalo, to clarify certain aspects. Due to network glitches on my end, Slalo, please forgive me if any of my questions have already been asked. My first question is, has funding been secured to support the operational activities of the NCGBVF board once appointed, and how much has been budgeted for this purpose? How will the NCGBVF ensure geographic representation, especially from rural provinces where GBVF rates are highest? Given the high vacancy rate in NYDA, what recruitment strategy is in place to attract and retain critical skills? How is the NYDA ensuring the safety and well-being of employees, given the resignation linked to sexual harassment noted in the APP presentation? What proportion of NYDA budget is allocated specifically to youth in rural areas, and how is impact measured in those communities? The last question is, what actions are in place to ensure the NYDA's activities do not duplicate functions already performed by other government departments? Thank you so much. I will end there, Chairperson.
Thank you so much, Honorable Mkrunu. Honorable Shabango.
Thank you, Chair. And still a good morning, a good day to your good self. Honorable members, the NYDA board. Khathide siyakumukela. Hope sizosebenzisana kahle sewukunika ama-credit Honorable Lozi. So wemukelekile Khathide. Let me also appreciate the opportunity, Chair, the presentation by the NYDA. Must be honest, a lot has been widely covered by other members because I wanted to have a bite on the inclusion of disability, which was also also covered on the responses, because one would be interested to actually get something that is, what can I say, something that will convince us that this 4% target of people with the inclusion of people with disability, that it will happen, because I did not hear the concrete measures that are in place, especially when we talk of disabled people. It's not NYDA only, even other government departments. I don't know if maybe we can't find them. I said this on Tuesday, that we have to go out and headhunt, because these people are there, and some of them, they've lost hope. I'm not going to waste time talking about that, because honorable members, they've been much on that, including the rural areas. It was widely covered. And the last speaker also talk on the how would you ensure that you do not duplicate, because the challenge of unemployment, it cuts across, and all the departments where we are pushing that they need to look at this, and they are doubling their effort that they deal with the youth unemployment. So as the NYDA, specifically on the unemployment, there's the strategies that you will put in place to ensure that there is no duplication with these other departments. Chair, we must appreciate the work of this interim board. When we started the process of NYDA, I think we were already late. We started late, and there are a lot of factors that contributed to that, with our GNUs and stuff, last year's elections. So everything was kind of being late. So when we started, we were briefed that if the current NYDA period comes to an end before the appointment, the minister, it is at her prerogative to appoint the interim board. We were brief about that, which is not, that was said, and the reason for that is to prevent a vacuum, of which we will be complaining about that today, that there is a vacuum, nothing is happening on the NYDA. So we're briefed, hence we have this interim board. I'm saying this, Chair, because I don't want these members of the NYDA interim board that are here to feel somehow it's not their making, it's not them. And it's not even in our powers who becomes the interim board. It's the minister's prerogative. We don't get involved there. Hence, we have this interim board. Hence, I'm appreciating their work until now. It was not set the specific period that they will be on the interim board for how long. So currently, Chair, I agree with my colleagues, Honorable Lonzi, Comrade Uzongshai, Honorable Lonzi, and other comrades that.
No, he is your comrade. It's fine, Honorable Shabango.
That we did a good job with the interviews and what we came out with. We went through this, and then the process that we undertook it passed Parliament, and from Parliament it goes to the President. There is no way where it's mentioned that the minister can come in and tell the portfolio committee, do that, do that, do that. We had her in our meetings, but it is the duty of the Parliament to appoint the NYDA board. So, Chair, I'm saying this because on Tuesday we had a meeting. I didn't get a feel of the minister and the deputy minister rejecting our process. We discussed this briefly because NYDA presented, there was a presentation about NYDA on Tuesday. There was no say of, no, we disagree with what you have done. We all agreed that the process is with the president. Therefore, Chair, this is our process as parliamentary members. I would suggest that with the powers invested in this portfolio committee, we must follow up on this process. It's our process for now until the president gives the names to the minister. On Tuesday, the minister even said that she is ready with the 2 names that should come from her side. So I don't see any rejection of our process. My recommendation would be we have to follow up on this, Chairperson, from the minister's desk. I mean, not the minister, I'm sorry, from the president's desk, because that is where our process is at the moment. I don't see any, for me, I wouldn't follow up anything with the minister because she's not involved in this process. She's supposed to be waiting for the president to appoint. That will be my recommendation instead of us digging what was not said to us. Yes, we pick it up on the social media, but it was not said to us. Why must we go that route? Instead of us doing our job, avoid delays, pressurize the president to appoint the NYDA board so that we can know that now we have a permanent board and the people that are appointed, they can do their work. Because now I understand the concern that came from Honorable Lonzi, that we are looking at this APP presented by the interim structure. The permanent structure is still coming in, and then they will take over something that was planned. Yet they might have their own ways of doing things. I really concur with Honorable Loz on that one. So as I recommend, we must push the president and get the board in place. Having said that, Honorable Chair, I think I was widely covered about the rest of my colleagues and the answers that the members of the NYDA, they were giving. But one other recommendation that maybe is directed to the NYDA, I don't know whether it is possible that on your website, you have what you are doing, because if we talk here, me and Honorable Kanyile will be talking about Mpumalanga, Chair will be talking about KZN and we know that we are not going to get the same services or same thing at the same time, but at least it will be comforting for the public when they get into your website to see the, what do you call it? The dashboard of what you are doing, your strategies, where you are, what you have done since the 2024, 2025, 2025, 2026. Just something that is there on your website. Then to say you have employed 3,000 young people, even if I'm young, not employed, or you have assisted 3,000 young people, to know that there are people that are there, disabled people, to see that we have assisted so many. At least it's comforting. It will be comforting to the community to see that you are doing something, because with due respect, we must say that NYDA, we don't feel it on the ground. With that, let me pause there, Chair. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Honorable Shabango. Honorable Sotetsi.
Thank you very much, Chair, and let me greet everyone that is in the platform, as well as people who are following this meeting outside of this platform. Chair, I must say, Chair, that I equally share the sentiments of members of the committee who have expressed a concern that seated here we are discussing the annual performance plan as well as the strategic plan with the board that won't be here to answer on whether they've achieved the targets that they would have set out today. Of course, as we welcome the new CEO, we take solace in the fact that he's going to be the only one. Probably that will be here to give us responses to or account to the promises that they are making today, not only to this committee but also to sorry, Chair, I'm just being disturbed by one message here. Not only to this committee but also to the general populace of young people. Of course, it would be understandable in that context that having done all the work of shortlisting and giving the names to Parliament, and that the current members of the interim board, some of them are not in those, or all of them rather, are not in those names that are suggested. It's only natural that they would be able to take opportunities to serve in other areas while they themselves are waiting for the new board to be appointed. So a concern over this which we have raised is not necessarily directed to them. It's directed to the reality that when we want accountability, we will be dealing with the people who would not necessarily have been involved in planning how they are going to drive the entity moving forward. Chair, well, let me welcome the presentation and the promises that it's making in as far as the creation of opportunities for young people is concerned. We do welcome the commitment to say that they will consistently give us a report on the status of young people in the country. We take it that such a report will be able to speak generally about what is it that young people across all the sectors and all the walks of life in South Africa are going through, and also inform other entities which must then intervene for these young people as to what exactly is the status and conditions of young people in the country. Chair, having welcomed this report, I have a concern, Chair, that it seems as if that we do not have the same comprehension of what advocacy is. Because in my view, advocacy is a function of activism. What does that mean? It means, Chair, that over and above the opportunities which we make available to the young people informed by what we have in the kitty, we do have a responsibilities of streamlining the interest of young people across all the sectors, whether private or public, and ensure that everything that young people would be interested in, we intervene to make it easy for them to be able to access that kind of an opportunity. We seem to imagine, Chair, that the empowerment of young people is always going to be based on the minimum standards and not necessarily speak to how do we ensure that we assist young people into breakthrough even greater horizons. So what do I mean? I mean that in as much as it's acceptable for us to intervene for young people to have a car wash, it is about what do we imagine to be the extent or the size of that car wash which matters. For instance, if we have assisted a young person with a car wash, what becomes the follow-up interventions that says how is that young person faring in as far as the operation of that car wash is concerned? Whether is he in the same state wherein we left him, or is he able to then grow? And also, how do we ensure that we use our capacity as a state entity to ensure that this young person grows? For instance, here, if we assist a young person with a car wash, what are the follow-up programs that at least say to us that if where that young person is located, that there is a fleet of government vehicles, we can be able to communicate with that particular government entity to say that, can you assist us by washing these cars from the car wash of these young people so that this young person can be able to then grow into that space and ultimately find a way to wash the cars at a very better and sustainable level. I'll make you an example, Chair. Previously, government ran very rigorous campaigns to advise young people to establish cooperatives in fields such as agriculture, some of them in construction and so forth. I'll take agriculture just as a part of the example that I would want to give to the meeting. In as much as agriculture is important, and that the fact that the people must have learned is an important struggle to weigh up. The problem with agriculture has always been access to the market. Young people can have very big size of land, have good produce, but if we are not going to facilitate their entry into the market wherein this produce can be able to be sold, then chances are the entity, the cooperatives which they would have established, some of them with the intervention and support of government, they are destined to collapse. Are we certain that when we go to entities, shops, or such as food lovers market, we can be able to point out to produce that we have been from that are produced by young people that we can be able to trace from from the level of the cooperatives right up until we make sure that we push them into that kind of into accessing that kind of a market. So I'm saying at the level of advocacy, I don't see a sufficient presence of the National Youth Development Agents. Chair, we have and still on the question of advocacy, I think that the entity needs to be informed by also what is the general narrative in the country. Because if we don't guard the narrative in the country and what young people say, these are spaces out of which we can be able to get opportunities. We are going to find ourselves talking to ourselves, wherein young people can't necessarily relate with what you are saying. All that they see before them is frustrations that they are encountering, and they will ultimately blow out of such frustrations. And when they blow, you must expect that very problematic practices such as xenophobia and so forth will then engulf the country. Because, Chair, one of the things that is being spoken about currently in the country is the fact that soft skills must be reserved for young people in South Africa. Is the fact that, unfortunately, soft skills work is being captured by foreign nationals, of course, with the misbehavior of capital that exploit foreign nationals so that they can exploit them and give them less salary and so forth. But that is a space at which we think that at the level of advocacy, we need to find the NYDA having views about what kind of programs can they put in place to enforce and ensure that that kind of a practice then gets that kind of a plea from young people gets a hearing. And of course, that would require that cooperations with entities or government departments that are responsible for that task can be able to be invoked. We of course speak about opportunities at even a bigger level. The government speaks about the development of black industrialists. This is pitching young people now at the level wherein they can be able to sufficiently produce what we consume as the country. We don't see much of the National Youth Development Agency intervening in that space quite decisively and say that as the government would have created the special economic zones, let us get a sense of what is the extent of the accommodation of young people in this space, and how do we then even facilitate the graduation of young people who are producing at a small scale to a bigger scale so that they can be able to then participate in this program of developing industrialists, to speak about beneficiating from the mineral deposits of the country. We don't see much of advocacy on the part of the entity to say how do we then facilitate the necessary training for young people to be able to take to be able to take advantage of this area of opportunities which the country is navigating towards. And I think that in as far as that is concerned, we really need to have the entity being engaged. And somebody will want to argue that perhaps is that is not our direct mandate. It's located within other government departments and entities. That would not be true, because one of the fundamental things that we appreciate the NYDA to be able to take forward as one of their mandates is that they must be able to advocate. It's advocacy. It's not all that can be covered with the budget of the National Development Agency. We expect that this budget must play a vital role in enabling the NYDA to move around to ensure that the interest of young people are captured and they are advanced in all these sectors of the community. Chair, I still have few points, so you can just switch off your camera.
No, you don't have to tell me that, Honorable Member. I have not interrupted you.
Oh, no, it was intimidating. I thought that you are coming to tell me to stop. Chair, look, I think I'm concluding now. We speak about young people, and of course, given the challenges of the country, we will emphasize more on the question of employment, because generally young people are unemployed. Generally, young people, most of them are devoid of, they're sidelined from number of opportunities that can, that's one, those are some of the factors that will make us to speak about employment. Place much emphasis on the question of skills development and employment. But the reality is that employment alone doesn't speak to all young people. When you deal with young people, advancing the interest of young people deals with a variety of other sectors. There are young people who merely want to excel in sporting code and do sports. We must be able to say that the entity has also certain interventions that can be able to ensure that these young people are able to do well in their space of preference. Although such is not necessarily a direct function of the NYDA in terms of making sure that these young people have the necessary support material in a form of whether the sport facilities and so forth. But at least we can have a sense of what is a profile of what is a profile of the country as far as enabling young people to participate in the sector. For instance, how is it feasible for a young person who is in Muruleng or in Dibrak? Can this young person successfully pursue their interest if they want to participate in swimming? And if that is a barrier, how do we as an entity ensure that such limitations and barriers are then withdrawn so that this young person cannot be limited by all these disadvantages in order for them to reach their own aspirations? Chair, let me pause there, Chair, and say that I also would want to join other members who would have congratulated the board on the work that it has done in the past, and wish them well on their endeavors and other areas that they would be going to. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honourable Member. I'm going to give 1 minute to Honourable Spies and 1 minute to Honourable Chauke Adonis, but please do stick to your time so that we can finalise the questions, please.
No, Chair, I will make mine extremely short because I've been covered by members. It's just, Chair, on the follow-up on responses that has been given, it is important, and I've said it in the very first meetings with the NYDA, is when we speak, or when most of us speak, you speak out of your experience on the ground, and you know, because you are in contact with people mostly on a daily, weekly basis as to what has happened. And so it's important to get the reports and the portfolio of evidence and whatever it's needed for what is said, because to say that there's a footprint in Ladysmith, in rural Ladysmith, is also not the truth. To say that things are happening is also not the truth. And I'm not here to attack or criticize anyone, but we cannot, because we're on a platform where there are many other people listening. And if I go back to my constituency and I know that things are not happening, people have not even been paid as service providers, all of them. And it's not being said, and I'm being very kind to not mention it because that's not the meeting for it. I'm saying the lived experiences of people on the ground are not what is reflected in what is said. And that is a very, very pertinent point that I will always make in this meeting. And that is what needs to filter through the APPs, through targets that are set. And it cannot be that it must be a report that must make us happy and we must all flower it with all the nice compliments. The fact of the matter is, if we as MPs are not reaching out, these things would never come to our constituencies. Now imagine we are bogged down with so many things, and we have to always in the back of our mind think, oh, we must make sure the NYDA reach out. We must make sure this entity reach out. It is not our work to do that. It's our work to work with them to bring services. But if they work in a pragmatic way, use the resources they have, the human capacity they have within the offices and satellites or wherever, that's situated in the different areas, districts, and municipalities, and collaborate, things will go to the youth that needs and deserves these opportunities. But it is not happening, and it is the honest truth, and it is lived experiences of young people that we are in contact with on a regular basis as we visit our constituencies. Thank you, Chair, for mentioning the issue around the independent evaluator. I would appreciate that we could get that reports on who it is and the reports of that, the performances that were measured. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you so much, Honourable Spies. Honourable Whip, you've got 1 minute and we are way over time, so I want us to get to the responses, please.
Thank you very much, Chair. I'll be very quick. My first question would be around if we can perhaps receive segregated data of the impact of the NYDA, and the segregated data must speak to the various demographic groups. I think we want something that is more detailed in terms of how many young people were impacted, whether it comes to the grant funding opportunity and training and the interventions, how many young women were impacted, and also, other strategic groups such as the LGBTQA+ and other national interest groups, communities of the colored, the Indian, etc. The second question then will also be, how does the NYDA then measure its impact? So once they have given grant funding or how does it look to improve on keeping track of its impact? Once they've given skills development training, once they've given grant funding, how do they measure the impact of that? Because it was indicated that with the program, they look to speak towards entrepreneurial development, and that would create more employment opportunities. How are they able to measure whether those expected or intended outcomes are actually met and reached? The last one would be on the collaboration with the municipalities and in provinces. in terms of strengthening the work of the NYDA. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you so much, Honourable Whip. I'm now going to hand back to you, the NYDA, to tackle all those questions, please. Back to you, Executive Chairperson, to lead your team.
Thank you, Chairperson, Honourable Chairperson, and the honourable members for those questions. Chairperson, in the interest of time, I will ask the acting CEO just to guide insofar as those follow-up responses are concerned, but I did indicate to alert the colleagues to try and minimize the responses as to be precise as possible, so that we are able to get through the question. And whatever it is that we do not respond to, I've made a note of this, the inputs from the members on the reports that are required of us, which we will submit in writing to the portfolio committee. But if that is in order, then Chairperson, I'll ask the CEO to respond. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. Please proceed. Acting CEO.
Thank you. Thank you, Honourable Chairperson. Just one quick question around vacancies.
Hello. Hi.
Honourable
Sorry,
Whip.
Chair.
Honourable Whip, just mute your mic, please. Okay, sorry about that.
Thank you, Chair.
Please proceed, ma'am.
Thank you, Honourable Chair. So the question around vacancies, I think there was a question in terms of the number of vacant positions that we have and why only 5 positions were advertised. Just to give clarity in terms of the positions that we March. Around May, there were 9 positions that were advertised. Now in June, we've advertised. Take into consideration, Chair, like we would have positions that are unfunded and positions that are funded, and we'll have a list, priority list of positions that needs to be filled urgently, and those that doesn't necessarily form part of that list will not be our priority. Also, what we need to consider also on that we that was end of financial year, beginning of a financial year. That's where we get an opportunity to review our structure. So between that period, we limit or minimize advertising positions up until we review our structure. We get that approved, and then we then advertise. But we will be advertising more positions. Then there was a question around the issue of how do we attract scarce skills. So if you look at the actual talent management strategy that we have within the organization, we don't necessarily have positions that are categorized as scarce skills within the agency. But we do have some positions that are highlighted as kind of critical. And the strategies that we do have in place, we do invest more on education and training. So if you look at the reports that we'll normally produce in terms of our training programs that we have just within the agency, because we invest on that, we do have a succession plan, and just to make sure that we equip our employees and they do have talent to actually meet those skills that we require or that we view as critical skills. And lastly, on my side, the issue again that came up about disability and our commitment on while we have emphasized on those strategies that we have put in place to make sure that we meet the target of employing people with living with disabilities. Just the emphasis that we have said we have partnered with a disability organization, and we give assurance, because I think there was a question about timelines, that our target is for this financial year, and we are kind of committed to make sure that we do meet that target by end of financial year. Thank you, Chair. I'll hand over to Walter to just touch quickly on other questions, and then Nonsigelole, then CFO. because there were finance-related questions there.
Thanks, Acting CEO. I think I'll also try to be quick to respond on, I think it was Honorable Shauke. There was a question around segregated data in terms of how many young people that are impacted in terms of the programs that we do. I think we'll provide that details, whether it's training, whether it's grants that have been issued towards young people. We will provide that segregated data. I think there was also another question around the working relations that we have with the municipalities. I think we as the entity, as I think I've indicated earlier on, we working with all the spheres of government, but well, of course, at the local level, which is the municipality, because that's where the young people reside. We try by all means to partner and at all times engage with the municipalities. Some of them, they are even supporting some of the programs that we implement at the municipality level. There was also a question around duplication of efforts, that where, how do we ensure that we don't duplicate when we implement development, where there's work that is being done by other departments or even municipalities or entities of government. We try by all means to work together, collaborate, so that we can ensure that we achieve that common goal that all of us, whether it's the department or the entity of government that wants to support young people, works together with but we try by all means to avoid duplication. I think lastly from my side, I think the issue of disability as well. I think I also welcome the suggestion that, what is the plan on the ground for disability? And there was a suggestion around headhunt, because one of the challenges, it's these young people, they might not really visit our branches, but I think within our strategy, we have taken that bold suggest a decision to collaborate, even some of the organizations that are within the disability sector, to see how we can partner with them and implement this deliberate disability strategy with the rural strategy that we are developing in the NYDA. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. I think I will just start with the question around our partnerships in Mpumalanga briefly, which we can obviously provide more detail, but there is a standing partnership with the Mpumalanga Economic Growth entity. It is not formalized, but we are working with them in the implementation of the tourism fund. There is work that we're doing with them for the pitch and perfect competition that is also in partnership with Sun Parks and the Premier's Youth Fund. We are going to be providing much more detail as it relates to that. You are correct to say that the skills for youth, it is a long-standing item, and I think maybe just to provide clarity that we were just bringing this in from a context of saying that we can no longer be just offering skills opportunities to young people just with that. It needs to be accompanied with jobs. So I think it is a challenge that has been there across all skills initiatives in the country, that we'll be training, but we will not be training for an intent accompanied by the demand that is there in the country. So this year as the NYDA, we're taking it a level further to say that though we've been doing this work in the past, but now we are becoming more deliberate in ensuring that we bring partners that will commit to employing these young people that we train. Definitely, we would need to improve in terms of having a dashboard, a live dashboard that would, provide updates on our website, something that we'll definitely work on and look into. With regards to how we reach young people in different communities, the question around outreach vehicles or vehicles that we use to go to these communities. We do have 10 vehicles and 3 bigger vans the 3 vans are equipped with equipment the way young people can be able to access computer facilities and internet access. The caddies would obviously carry promotional material and material that will enable our outreach officers and training officers to set up upon arrival in those particular areas that they will be going to. We are provided support by our IT unit, ensuring that all these offices have your internet access in a form of routers that will be used when the vehicles get there. So, but these are not your normal mobile offices as you would know. But we are able to get to these communities through this fleet that we would have managed to have as the NYDA. I think for the rest of the questions, we will then be able to provide in writing, specifically the detailed rural plan. I know that we would have spoken to it a bit, but not exactly precisely the plan. I think it would be beneficial for the committee for us to submit the plan and accompanied by the strategy, which we would have alluded that it would speak to, it would be provincial based. So when we go to provinces, each province is as dynamic and different as they are. They would then have a specific approach that we will implement a targeted approach. So I think we'll submit that together with the other questions that we would not have been able to respond to. Thank you. I'll hand over to CFO.
Thank you, Honourable Chairperson. Yes, of course, we do have a detailed breakdown of the donor-funded income and that of the Presidential Youth Employment Fund. We'll be able to submit that together with the written responses. Chairperson, in terms of the budget that has been allocated to the interim board, the allocation of the board budget, Chair, is determined by the board in terms of the activities that they would fund throughout their engagement. Both the same approach will be followed with the interim board and the incoming board. So they will then determine the allocation towards their budget themselves.
Recording stopped.
Then
Recording in progress.
Just lastly, Chair, there was a question related to how much of the budget does the NYDA allocate to youth development. 67% of our budget allocation for this year will be towards the products and services within our core operations. That is speaking to economic development through Youth Entrepreneurship Program, to the Jobs Program, to the National Youth Service Program, and the Integrated Youth Development Program, which then forms core of the Integrated Youth Development priority of the NYDA. Thank you, Chair. I would like to hand over back to the Executive Chair.
Executive Chairperson. Hello. Colleagues, am I audible?
Yes, Chair, you are.
I'm very audible, Chairperson.
Thank you, Honourable Lodzi. Can we check then where the Executive Chairperson is, please?
Honorable Chair, I think we have lost our executive chairperson of the board. I'm not sure what happened. Maybe it's the issues of network. Can we hand over back to you? Thank you.
Okay, but my concern is there were quite a couple of questions that were directed to her. Yes, I see the hand of Mr. Ndlela.
Oh, thank you, Chair. I thought maybe we were going to respond, but I see the chair is back on the platform. Maybe I should allow her. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you so much. Can I hand to the executive chairperson, please? Thank you. You can. I see your hand is up. You can
To
proceed.
perform a coup, yeah, Chair.
You want to be the executive chairperson? Are you appointing
Order on
yourself?
you, Ndlela.
Sorry, Chair.
Executive chairperson, it's now your opportunity.
Oh, yes, apologies, honorable members. I got disconnected. So I just had to switch from my Wi-Fi to my data. Apologies, honorable members. I would have lost some of the responses, but I wanted to request that Mr. Ndlela just briefly responds to some of the concerns before then I give honorable chairperson.
Yeah, we lost you there for a brief bit. I think we will ask Mr. Ndlela to answer and then come back to you.
Thank you, Chair.
Chairperson, am I still audible?
Executive Chairperson, we lost you for a little bit, so I think we will hand over to Ms. Ndlela to give some responses, and then we'll come back to you for closure, if that's okay. Mr. Ndlela?
Yes, thank you.
I think Honorable Lonzi might be, he might have bestowed a chairpersonship on you, so please proceed.
Thank you, Chair. As the ancestor and the elder of the NYDA, I accept the responsibility at this stage with the greatest humility. That's on a lighter note, colleagues. Honorable members, I think a number of questions have been responded to substantively, but I just want to first say to Honorable Lonzi, we understand some of the frustrations that you and many other members of the committee have around the process, but I'm sure you will respect our inability to comment on it because we are not involved. But what we can say to you and generally to young South Africans, that we will ensure that by the time we hand over, that there is no gap. So as this interim board, what we had done when we were still the board, we had prepared a handover report, which we had adopted in order to hand over to the new board. Now, during the interimness of our work that we are doing here today, we are writing and updating the report as we go along. So we will ensure that even though today, as this interim board are presenting to you the APP, because the board as an institution enjoys what you call perpetual existence, meaning responsibility passes on to the next group, even though the people and the persona might change. We are going to make sure that they are sufficiently handed over in terms of information and what they will need to do. And of course, we are grateful now that there's a CEO who will, in terms of the administration, marshal the troops, so to speak, and make sure that there is no difficulty in terms of handover. So I think that is as far as we are able to indicate so far. And then the second part of your question was, what was the end date? In the appointment that we had got, we were given the indication that our appointment interim basis is until the broad process is finalized. And we assume that when that happens, we will be indicated to as to our need to hand over, and will gladly do so. And then maybe lastly on Honorable Lonzi, I don't think, Honorable Lonzi, we should consider a non-executive role in a company, be it the NYDA or any other company, as a job. Because, for instance, a job is something different from what, if anyone asks me now whether I work at the NYDA, I don't work at the NYDA. I work with the NYDA. I provide strategic support to the NYDA. I help the NYDA develop a strategy, and on a quarterly basis, I'm able to look into the work that they are doing against the targets that are set. Now, my job is substantively different from that of the chairperson, Ms. Luwaga, at the NYDA, because she is the executive chairperson, and my job is really non-executive. So it does make it does create a wrong impression when it is said as if we have multiple jobs. That is not the case. And yes, we do serve on a number of boards. Some are private, some are public companies. For instance, in my case, I serve on the Durban ICC, on the board of the Durban ICC in one of the public companies. I also have other boards that I serve in insofar as my private life is concerned, which probably leads me to the last aspect of what I want to address. And I know members of parliament raised an issue around a member of the board who was using blue lights, and I think I need to clarify this to not just yourselves, members of the committee, but also to young people broadly. And chairperson of the portfolio committee, you have been with me in the last portfolio committee in the sixth administration. I mean, where we were in different parts of the country, and you would know that I was not using blue lights, and because my use of private security is not security related, it's occasion related. On the week that the portfolio committee was in KwaZulu Natal, I had other responsibilities in my private workplace where I work at ICO. So it needed for me to be able to, after we are done with the work that we're doing, for me to start another shift elsewhere. And that starting of the shift needed me to be able to have private security. And it was not blue lights. It is a private security traffic control light, and it's got nothing to do with blue light. It was not. It is properly assigned to the services that I use, and I regularly use the services in my private capacity, and none of the costs associated with it are borne by the NYDA. For instance, the NYDA on that week would have accommodated board members who are from out of town, would have provided vehicles for board members who are from out of town. But because it was in KwaZulu Natal and it was in the region close to where I reside, it made sense for me to sleep at home for both the days that the honorable members were here, because I could easily, after that, drive home. So it was related to me, borne by the agency. And I want to emphasize that when I use private security, I do so in my personal capacity because of what is it that I need to do at that time, as indicated. So it was not because we're using money of the agents. And I think, Chair, I wish to end there for now, and say maybe leave other questions for the Chair before Honorable Lonzi says I am doing a co-data.
Okay, no problem. Because the question is, where is the deputy chairperson? Because now you've become chairperson and deputy chairperson at the same time. But anyway, it's fine, Mr. Ndlela. Thank you so much, Mpemba. Can we check if the chairperson is still with us and whether she wants to make any closing remarks? Or have we lost her again? Okay.
Very sorry,
Chairperson,
Chair.
Okay.
Chairperson, am I audible?
Yes, you can speak. Please proceed.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, I can't hear.
I'm literally, I don't know. Chair, am I audible now?
We can hear you now.
All right. No, Chairperson, apologies. I was saying between the attempted coup d'etat I suspect there's another attempt now at sabotaging my network at home. So I'm literally standing outside, but I do hope that I am audible.
We can hear you. Yes, thank you.
All right. No, thank you,
Dela is
Chairperson.
taken over.
Honorable Lodzi, do you want to be the chairperson? You are disturbing the outgoing chairperson, please. Honorable Executive Chairperson, please proceed.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. I'll be brief, Chairperson. I think the bulk of the questions would have been responded to. Just to indicate then on the issue in relation to the various responsibilities that board members occupy outside of the agency, we do commit to sharing the declaration of interest report that would have been compiled by our internal audit and risk unit, various non-executive roles that we occupy. On the questions that was raised by the appointment of the process in relation to the appointment of our can be made available to the portfolio committee, which outlines the rigorous process that was followed in the appointment of the CO. But in the interest of that report to the members, the report is available. Was there an objection from the board on the CO appointment? No, there was no objection, honorable members. Then lastly, the concerns raised by Honorable Spies, I do wish, Honorable Chair, just to take this opportunity maybe to clarify where there seems to be a misunderstanding and area. And this is a direct report that we are getting or we've received from our regional manager, which is entrusted with the offices, all offices in the Western Cape, that we have, yes, worked with the local municipality prior the outreach program. And we do confirm that indeed the George office, the NYDA George office, is in the process of organizing a youth development initiative with youth development group in the Ladysmith area. So the intention after these trainings is to establish who of the youth are business ready for funding or the expansion of existing programs. So in essence, what I'm trying to say here is that the work that we have between our regional office and the Kanaland area is an ongoing area. We can confirm this, and we do intend on submitting a written report which attests and outlines these interventions. But as a way forward, and perhaps maybe just to summarize some of the requests that we may not have responded to, but I want to request through you, Honorable Chairperson, that we submit to your office in writing are as follows. Firstly, the copy of the independent assessment of the board. That report is available, and we will ensure that we send it to the portfolio committee. 2 would be the criteria, the report on the criteria that was used to appoint the CO. That report will be made available. 3, the declaration of interest report that is compiled by our internal audit and risk unit that outlines the various directors. 4, the report from the Western Cape on the programs and the initiatives that we've undertaken in the Kanaland area will be shared with the portfolio committee, and for the agency to submit a report or the work on the segregated data, and that report to also be shared with the portfolio committee. Apologies for the background noise. And lastly, honorable members, the board made or requested by Honorable Kanyile on the initial. That particular report will also then be shared with honorable members. So in essence, Honorable Chairperson, I'm requesting that those 6 reports that have been requested by the Portfolio Committee. Can we be afforded time just to compile all of them and ensure that they reach your office? Those are my responses to the comments or the questions that have been raised. And I hope once again, I apologize for the background noise, honorable members. As stated, I had to step outside my home so that I'm able to get better connectivity for the duration of the meeting. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you so much, Executive Chairperson. Colleagues, let me then just sort of try to summarize what the Executive Chairperson and the CFO and the CEO, I think we agree that the reports and the responses that you want to prepare for us can be submitted. Of course, the responses in writing and the reports, we would value and appreciate if those are sent to us next week. So basically, I think we want a report on the 119 vacancies and which of those are considered critical and what is the impact thereof on your operations. We also want a detailed breakdown of your mobile trucks per province and allocated per office, and whether those are your own trucks or whether it's trucks that you utilize, the government trucks, the government mobile trucks. We've discussed this and the CFO has agreed that she will provide us a detailed breakdown of the Presidential Youth Employment Fund and donor funded income. With regards, the committee has requested, and you have given that indication that you will send it, the copies of the reports from the board assessments, details of the independent company and the cost of the independent assessments. We want the interim board to disclose whether the funds that you've allocated to them were used, or we did hear what Mr. Ndlela had said, but we want to know whether if any taxpayer monies have been used on bodyguards and drivers. And you have indicated that you will send it, but members requested the criteria of the selection of the CEO. We want to receive that expanded rural strategy. It was said that it would be sent to us. All honourable members have indicated their concern with the delay in the appointment of the new board. And yes, we are speaking to the wrong people here because the president is not here and the executive is not here. And, you know, it's not for the interim board to appoint a new board, but we share concerns that we want the new board to be appointed without further delay. We have made that appeal to the president to finalize the work. I want to repeat again that we have sent a letter to the speaker asking the speaker to intervene, to speak to the leader of government business. And we will do everything in our power, honourable members, to follow up with the president. But we are also following up with our minister as the person who is the one who's got access to the president. And we also want to make sure that there's nothing that is delaying the process. In other words, we don't want there to be any delay from the executive side, whether they've been asked for any documentations that might have not been sent, etc. But we're ticking all the boxes to make sure that from our portfolio committee side, we are pushing this process along to ensure that hopefully within this youth month still, which I know is only until Monday, that we do get the new board appointed and announced. I think most of the issues that we have discussed today have been captured and will be in our resolutions. And we will also obviously be debating our budget vote next week. But I want to then just take this opportunity to thank the interim board for the hard work, for your service to our young people and our nation. Thank you to the interim CEO for your work. And as we have all said in the beginning, we wish the new incoming CEO all the best. And we look forward to engaging with you and to walk this journey together with you. Honourable members, this is then the end of the meeting. I just want to remind you that we're meeting on Tuesday with the CGE. On Wednesday, we're adopting our report. On Thursday will be our budget vote. Thereafter, honourable members will be attending budget votes for 2 weeks or a week and a half. And then we will have our final meeting towards the end of this parliamentary term, but we will be communicating all the details. I wish all honourable members well, and then we will see each other again next week. And thank you again to all the stakeholders on the platform, and thank you again to the NYDA. This meeting is adjourned.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Chair. ATC
Thank
Lozini.
you. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Bye.
Long live the chair.
Long live the whip.
Thank you, colleagues.
Bye-bye.
Thank you.
Honorable
Bye.
Lozini. See you next year.
I can see Honorable Shamangu loves Honorable Lonzi.
It's my son.
Your son. Bye.